Night of racing before the big one itself, the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup in exactly 1 month's time. You don't want to miss that. You don't want to miss any of the 9 races this evening. It is a Saturday which in the past has produced plenty of World Cup night winners, and we're hoping that this evening is no different. It is starlit. It is very much international. It's another Emirates Super Saturday.
Welcome to one of the biggest and best occasions in the international racing calendar.
Going from strength to strength is Mountain Breeze, a filly on the way up. Fort Payne, who strikes gold once again in the Meydan season. Another scalp for UAE's Dirt Sprint King. Tools goes on to win by half a dozen. West 8 of the good thing of the night gets home. Silvernon goes on to win by 2 lengths. Nation's Pride is going to hold him at bay. Nation's Pride in the Sing Spiel by a length and a tail. But we'll see you on Dubai World Cup night.
Well, last year we saw some pretty mega performances, and this year we've got quite a lot of stars on show. I'm looking forward to seeing a few in particular who are returning from an absence. But Nick, what an evening we have ahead.
Yep.
Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, I was sort of toying in my mind as to whether it was going to be the potential of a Talk of New York, but I actually go back to the tried and tested Rebels Romance, who's, he's an extraordinary horse. William Buick described him as Godolphin. He represents everything that they are. He goes in the City of Gold, but I think the one I'm most looking forward to is Tuz, back on track for the first time since his defeat when looking to try and win the Golden Shaheen for a second year in a row. He runs in the Mahab al-Shamal. Tiger Shea described him as a catapult. He is ready to fire.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing him. I've got a real soft spot for this horse. He's got a bit of a character in the prelims beforehand. Yeah, he's a little bit quirky, but my word, he is good out on the track. And as you say, Rebels Romance, nearly 12 million in prize money. It's incredible. Multiple Group 1 winner. Yep. And to have him back here in Dubai, we're very spoilt. So we've got lots on show this evening. Potentially some stars going forward as well. But they're not the only highlights. Some more that we can see with tonight's commentator. It's a good evening to Pat Comerford.
Emirates Super Saturday is upon us. Race number 1, off the highest rating of 120. Mubeed looks to take another step towards this year's edition of the Dubai Kahela Classic. Taifu was awfully impressive in the Moors Stakes last time out. The Scandinavian looks to go back-to-back against similar opposition in the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas. Cover Up looks to step out to 6 furlongs tonight and take out the Nat Al Sheba Turf Sprint. One of many great rides tonight for Ryan Moore. What a thrill to see the champion back, the Dirt Sprint King. Tuz returns to the races off a long break and looks to reclaim his prize as he heads towards another Golden Shaheen. What a start it's been for Dividend. Dr. Richard Newland and Jamie Insole have got this horse firing here in the United Arab Emirates, and he looks to do it all again tonight in the Sing Spiel Stakes. A rider change here for Heart of Honour. Ardri de Vries jumps on board with Safi Osborne indisposed, but that shouldn't help him in his hopes of taking out the Al Maktoum Classic, storming home from the back of the field. Rebels Romance, the doyen of the Godolphin name in recent times. He looks to kick off his prize here with the Dubai City of Gold, and we look forward to seeing the great horse back here at the races. Telemark's been almost the headline horse for Raba Racing this season, and he has just been able to continue stepping up and rising to the task. Will he do it again tonight in the Burj Nahar? Title Roll is going to have a big challenger tonight. It's Talk of New York, 1 for 1 at Kempton, and he looks to repeat what Ruling Court did 12 months ago, taking out the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas. Here is tonight's schedule. Group racing and listed racing from start to finish. The Al Maktoum Challenge, a PA Group 1 to start. We have the listed 1000 Guineas. Then we head to the Group 3 Net Al Shiba Turf Sprint over 6 on turf. Then Mahab El Shamal at Group 3 over 6 on dirt. The Singspiel Stakes at Group 2 over the 1800. The Al Maktoum Classic over 2000 on dirt, the World Cup distance. Dubai City of Gold at Group 2 level over 1.5 miles. Then to the Burj Nahar over the mile on dirt. And we stay at that distance but switch to the turf for the listed 2,000 guineas. Here is who won't be joining us tonight. Race 6, number 7, Killer Collect, a withdrawal from the Al Maktoum Classic. And the rider change, Adria de Vries, the Flying Dutchman, jumps aboard Heart of Honour for Jamie Osborne in tonight's race.
Out in the front, but I'm taking my time.
Rebels Romance has built a big lead here. Rebels Romance, Rausch Park. Rebels Romance, a Breeders' Cup winner again. The Rebels Romance is off and gone here in the Shiba Classic. It is going to be Rebels Romance for Godolphin in the Shiba Classic.
Yeah, Rebels Romance is an international superstar. He's been everywhere. He's been here. He's won on the dirt and the turf, and he's back again tonight, Megan Nichols. I'm really looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, same. I mean, he's just got the most phenomenal sort of profile, and his career has been ridiculous. Nearly 12 million in prize money, multiple Group 1s all around the world. He's better travelled than all of us put together, I think. So, no, he's been an incredible horse, and I think what's so special is that he still retains that ability despite being an older horse now.
Yeah, he goes some to catch all of us put together, but I think he just about does it. How are you, Nick Lightfoot?
I think, do you know what? Even though he's equine, he's probably travelled in a more comfortable setting than me most times.
Quite possibly, yeah.
He's a superstar. I'm well. I'm glad to be here. It's warm, and it's I think it's the strongest Super Saturday since they rejigged the Carnival. That would be my view of this.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I think it works as well time-wise with Saudi having a bit earlier, and we're probably benefiting from that. Anyway, let's get stuck into the races themselves. So obviously 9 races to preview for you, and we start off with the purebred Arabians. So first up, we've got Al Maktoum Challenge, sponsored by Arabian Adventures. And we've got Mubid on there, who was brilliant last year. Unleashed is back as well. That's our first page. Second page looks like this, all the way down to Calista Carrere. We go in order there of ability and rating. We're going to have a look at Mubid being beaten in round 1 of the challenge. Now this is form, Nick, that's worked out very, very well. So I mean, this for me puts him right on top here.
Yeah, I think it probably does, doesn't it? When was this? 19th of December. There's a long on numbers sort of feel to this, but only I think probably 2 or 3 of them can actually win it. He's got to be one of them. He's 6 from 12 altogether. He went on to finish 3rd in the Kahela Classic. He won in dominant style this race last year, and we can see his performance, which probably puts him right there as well. And they are taking a slightly different route into this year. They didn't do Fashion Friday. They did last year, so he should be fit and fresh, and his record first up's not bad.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's the class angle in here. He's the most consistent, that is for sure. And I just thought that back up in trips, no harm for him either. He's proven to stay the 2000.
Yeah, Murad, whose form ties in with first class, who went on to take the Saudi race. So I think that the form is all there. We can also have a look at round 2 of the Al Maktoum Challenge. Now this featured Fala, Nassif, Unleashed as well, and back here. This is the form that it ties in with, really on a line through Mubid, Megan. But I found it hard to see any of these horses we're seeing lining up again tonight getting past Mubid over what I think is that latter horse's best distance. Yeah,
I agree totally. You know, plenty of these are going to have to put up a career best performance. You've got a couple that are stepping back up in distance as well. Some could probably improve slightly for that. Some possibly you wouldn't expect to necessarily see it out quite as well as Mubid. And I just think that, as I say, the class angle in here, on what we know of him, he just should be hard to beat.
Who are you with, Nick?
I'm not going to go with him, actually.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. I'm going Tariq, horse 3, who does have form to find to a degree with Meydan. But he was a good winner at Alain last time, and the reasons I'm going to go for him is that he hasn't been overfaced this year. They've not really tried him in deeper, a totally different way of running him. He's been slowly stepping up in trip. He finished 2nd in this last year, 5th in the Kahila Classic, and I think just getting him to the boil now might pay dividends, so I'm going to take a chance on Tariq.
Megan?
I'm sticking with Meydan.
Yeah, me too. I think he should be tough to beat, and will feature, I'm sure, on World Cup night. Race 2 is the Jumeirah 1000 Guinea, sponsored by Emirates Skywards. We're over 1,600 metres on the turf. Featured plenty that ran in the trial last time, including, of course, Typhoon, Fairy Oak and True Test. It's a really international race. And as far as Typhoon goes, well, she was a surprise winner last time. And Oliver Wilson for Soren Jensen, and Laura King has been finding out a little bit more about her with the people that know her best.
Typhoon pouncing the outside here for Oliver Wilson.
Well, very best of luck to her and connections. This is what you want for an international carnival. Winners from all over the world, and plenty of Scandi winners as well. We've seen at the carnival. This was another one. How do you rate this level of form, Megan? And can you see the form being reversed over an extra furlong?
Well, you can make a stronger case, can't you, for probably both Fairy Oak and True Test, who were finishing well on this occasion. But I thought, despite Typhoon getting what was potentially the right ride in the sense of kicking at the right time and broke away from the field, I thought that she could improve again up in trip. She's got that turn of foot, we know, but if Oliver Wilson is able to just hold on to her for that little bit longer and use the turn of foot again in the last sort of half a furlong, I think she could still be tough to beat. She's still improving, as are clearly the others, but I think she's the one with that solid form.
And she's £2 better off with Fairy Oak. And yet I'm going to go for Fairy Oak to win this. You see how far back she had to come from. I'm never going to criticise the international champion jockey that he is, Mikel Barcelona, but I think this time around, the rider can have that much more confidence in what he's got underneath him. It was her first run since Ireland. She was stepping up in trip. I think you can be pretty fulsome in your idea that she's going to get that distance and then that little bit more. And I think she's worth a go, ridden slightly differently.
She had a far worse trip, which is why I'm with Fairy Oak, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Typhoon looks as though she might improve for that first start out here, and she's won over the mile as well. So it was tight between them, but I went with Fairy Oak, as did you, but you're with...
I've gone Typhoon. I just wonder, is she the more simple filly? Fairy Oak can be pretty keen. Stepping up in trip, if she does over race early, she's not going to get home. That was my slight concern, and that's what tilted me towards Typhoon.
No blue at all.
Yeah, surprising.
That is surprising, yeah.
Well, they had the hot favourite beaten in that race. So there we
True.
are. We move on to race number 3, the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint. This is sponsored by Emirates Courier Express. 1,200 metres on the turf for this. Mitbahi is an excellent addition to the carnival cover-up. Great Wish. Lethal Levi, all the way down to Morning, who is number 8. Shouldn't skip Symbol of Honour, really. 2 Tribes and Run by Run, a couple for Richard Spencer and Phil Cunningham. And all the way down to Rayevka. Montaille, another French raider as well. So this is a really good race, really interesting race. Let's have a look at Cover Up beating Echo Point and Pontos. This is in the Blue Point Sprint. Now, Nick, Cover Up was doing this over the 5 furlongs, and you referenced to me earlier on something interesting Connection said about where they might go next after this. Yeah,
the weird thing is as well, this race used to be 5 furlongs, 1,000 metres, only for 2 years, and it's gone back to being 1,200 metres. I guess that correlates better with being an Alcoz trial. But after, I think it was speaking to yourselves, after the horse won on Fashion Friday, after winning on Festive Friday, see I've mixed that up, they did say that's it. There's no more 1,000 metre races for him, so he'll probably be going back to England. But I guess they're just having a roll of the dice. He's so much in form. He's the best sprinter around at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks as though 6 is fine. It's just when he's tried it, he hasn't been as good as over 5, Megan.
No, but I just think that he's a better horse this season. The addition of the tongue tie has clearly helped him. He's improved. And the way that he's settling better in his races and the way that he's finishing so well, I'm sticking with him to handle the step back up. I just think the tongue tie has clearly been the best improvement in him. And I think the addition of that, he's just solid. And I was sort of torn between him and Symbol of Honour, but he was underwhelming on his start here.
Well, let's have a look at that. Will Buick obviously rides Symbol of Honour, but gets on so well with Cover Up. But this is Symbol of Honour finishing behind Great Wish and 2 Tribes, and Araby as well. Run Boy running behind and Power Mode too. And it's interesting, the international market doesn't really give Great Wish and 2 Tribes a chance against Symbol of Honour. The expectation is he's going to improve dramatically for this.
Yeah, plenty of support for Symbol of Honour, but look, he'd been coming here on the back of a break, and whether he took a bit of a blow and just didn't quite see it out, but he just didn't show enough of a spark for me. I just can't imagine he was left that unfit on his return, and that's the thing. He's coming from Charlie Appleby's stable. The horses are fit, they're healthy, they're ready to go, and he just was underwhelming for me. And I just can't really see where that reverse in form can necessarily come from.
I took the view that, you know, I like the fact that we've got a couple of French raiders here, and I think the fact that this is 1,200 means we've got them because it's a clear trial for the Alcoz itself. But I wanted to go with something that has been running here, that is improving here and might still be underestimated. I thought that was 2 Tribes. He finished 2nd there. I thought could go very close. So I was with 2 Tribes. What's your view on it, Nick?
Just back to Symbol of Honour, I had to remind myself, he did go off a very well-backed 4-1 shot for the July Cup Group 1 last year. He was 2 from 2 at the track last year. I'd take your point, and I would have thought the only reason he's in this race today is because they probably, I don't know, felt like something wasn't quite right with him, or he wasn't completely fit last time, because I think they were going to go straight to the Alcoz. I've taken a look at all the different form lines that we've seen so far this season. I know you referenced the French horses. I thought Rayevka could be the answer. I thought the draw as well was interesting. Generally speaking, higher numbers have dominated this year, or certainly the last couple of months or so.
I think the pace is low.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, isn't it, when you think about where a Pontos is. But I think Rayevka is going to have absolutely the kind of track that she wants, 1,200 metres. The very fact that she's still in training, they could have pastured her off. She's got form with Montaille in France, but they're going to put her spot on for the Alcoz, and I think she can go very close today.
All right, let's move on to the Mahab al-Shamal. Don't forget we'll type up selections for you at the end of this preview.
Mahab al-Shamal for that, Tom.
Say again?
People are going to be desperate
for that. They will. Mahab al-Shamal, sponsored by Emirates Sky Cargo. It's great to see Tuz back. El Nassib's been great out here. Dark Saffron hasn't been. We get down to Cats by 5, who's won his last 2, and then Sindragon and Apollo 1 completes the lineup. So first of all, let's have a look at the big one, the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Dark Saffron beating Tuz and Colour Up. This was a massive surprise, Nick, and Dark Saffron, like, where's he been? What's happened?
It was unreal this day, and he did it from the widest draw. Spot the horse on the far side, because you can see that he does get snatched up. Tuz, I wonder whether he was not quite at his best, or the circumstances didn't allow him to be. We haven't seen him for a year. You referenced Dark Saffron. We have seen him. It all looked rosy in the garden. I'm not sure whether you were here first up this season, but he ran in a nothing race, ran away with it. But the wheels have fallen off since, and on the turf as well, so he has to be opposed. Tuz, well, he's the extraordinary one. He was the record breaker. He won all the domestic sprints last year, except that one, that no horse had ever done. They aggressively campaigned a horse that is so hard and so fast out of the gates. I've got my slight doubts, the fact that he's obviously had a significant setback, but on his best form, he should rip this field apart, shouldn't he?
I think so, Meg.
Yeah, I can't not go with him. He's my favourite horse over here. He's just a legend. And I mean, look, in the Golden Shaheen last year, he had a torrid time.
He did, yeah.
He never, even if, you know, you might feel he was slightly not at his best, I don't think he got to show his best because he never actually got the gap to try and actually go through it. Dark Saffron, on the other hand, sharp out the gates, up on the front end, looked as if he was going to be a massive force to be reckoned with this season, and it's just not happened. And for whatever reason, he's looked a bit awkward, he's been well below his best form, and it's hard to then side with him. So I'm going to stick with what we know. On the back of a break, fine, and I know that his, you know, aim is going to be World Cup night, but I don't think he's going to be left way short because he's going to have to be ready to use this as a proper preparation into the biggest night of the year.
And it's only 4 weeks away, so it's not like, you know, he needs to be pretty much 90% plus, doesn't he? Anyway.
El Nassib was second last time off the back of a really good campaign so far to Drew's Gold, beating Colour Up and a few others, Mufasa, Dark Saffron. Now, El Nassib was better away here, and I don't know if that in the end was his undoing because he's been so good coming from way off the pace. I just felt that on his day Tuz beats El Nassib, but I think Meydan El Nassib is well worth respecting.
Yeah, he's thriving this season, isn't he? He's really sort of hit a new level of form. He's tough, you can see. He's just sort of relentless in his ways. It's hard, isn't it? Because you've got plenty of these that have met each other on several occasions. Mufasa, I think Ryan Moore is an interesting jockey booking as well. You've got a couple of horses that are into new stables and have recently enough joined new stables and have to step it up. We've also got a Hong Kong raider. I mean, how easy is it to sort of translate that form over? I mean, we know how well they sort of tend to go over here. Ultimately, on what we've seen, he has got to pick it you know, find a new level of form. But isn't it great that we've got big international raiders coming over for Super Saturday as well?
Team Tuz?
Yes, I do think El Nassib's the now horse this season, and as you referenced, I think the key thing is if Tuz is not quite at his best, he should still give El Nassib a real hard pace to go at, and El Nassib could get him today, but at the same time I still think Tuz is going to have enough to just burn them off. Race
number 5 is the Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline, 1800 metres on the turf, really good looking renewal as well this, and you've got Maljoum, who was obviously in Abu Dhabi last time, Alakazi, Holloway Boy, Coudoir, Dividend we'll have a look at very shortly, Tumbler Folk Festival and Dioptez. So there's a lot to get through here. Dividend we'll start with, who was very good again last time when winning over the 1900, has really improved for that first start and improved a good deal for Richard Newland and Jamie Insole. And we are very much, Nick, not to the bottom, I think, of his ability off a mark of 108.
He's a funny one, isn't he? Because I wouldn't have had him anywhere near this when I thought about it and had a look at his achievements earlier on. But his record under the rider is outstanding, knows him very, very well indeed. And when a horse is progressing through handicap company, to be 6 from 9 on him, Ross O'Ryan's got a brilliant no. He's clearly got an affinity with the track as well. He's improving. They fast-tracked him into this because that was only 8 days ago, but he's worth a go in what is an open-looking race.
Definitely. We've got QE2 form as well, Queen Elizabeth II Stakes. This was at Ascot. Alakazi finishing third and Coudoir behind them as well. Alakazi, obviously, one of a few in the colours of the Exiles, the latest Highness, the Aga Khan, and I think all in all, he had a pretty good year last year. He's rated 115, Megan.
Yeah, he did. You could see he came under pressure early enough, but kept finding. He's really interesting. Look, he's shown that he has a high level of ability. I think the slight step up in distance could actually just help him because he sometimes hits a flat spot before trying to then run on. He was very consistent. He sort of held that form throughout last year. For me, I'm looking forward to seeing him in the paddock beforehand. He's a big, imposing son of Footsteps in the Sand.
Yeah.
And I wonder, on the back of the break, is he just going to tighten up and improve for this? If he was at 90%, I'm not sure he can quite get away with it because there's so much depth to this field. I think that this is a red-hot renewal, and I think it's really hard to split quite a few of these. And although I don't doubt Alakazi could, in the future, be the best of those lining up tonight, I just wonder if a little bit of ring rusty rustiness might sort of get in his way.
I want to move on to Holloway Boy. We're going to see a couple of pits of race footage of Holloway Boy. Jebel Hatter, first of all, finishing third. He's the sort of horse that I damned with Front Pays accidentally, Nick, because he is so good. He's so consistent. He can find one or two too good. Well worth his place in here.
I think he'll win today. Reasons. William Buick has got a really good record on this horse, 2 from 3, so he knows him very, very well. His record around here is so solid. He's been put in his place in the better races, but that's understandable. Now, I had a look at the nominations for the World Cup night, and unless I missed it, and I could conceivably have because I'm capable of doing that, I don't think he's got a nomination for the
Dubai Turf.
No, and I think they just probably feel he's not good enough for that, so why have a go? He got beaten outside it. So as such, why not go out with a real bang today, leave nothing to chance, don't be thinking about 4 weeks' time, because this is his cup final.
Yeah, and he was a bit unlucky probably in Doha last time as well. This was the run in the Dubai Turf, finishing well behind Maljoom, which are the important ones, if you like, for this contest. The race was won by Soul Rush, and you had a certain Romantic Warrior in second, not up to his best. A line through this, Megan, makes me feel that Maljoom clearly has the best form in the race. Yeah,
this was a very eye-catching performance, wasn't it? From the rear of the field, in those yellow Sheikh Ahmed Al Maktoum colours, he flew home to finish third. Now, this was when ridden by Tom Marquand and trained by William Haggis. He has switched stables and he's now based over here with Michael Costa. I thought he looked probably to have needed the run, not quite at his best on his return in what admittedly was a very hot race over in Abu Dhabi, but he just never was involved. He's going to have to be sharper tonight, but on the back of that, he's the one they've got to beat. Is he going to be sharper? There's obviously these are the questions we don't quite know the answers to.
You can call him every name under the sun because his connections, his previous connections, I remember, did when he finished second to Notable Speech at Goodwood. Like, he's difficult.
Yeah.
He's talented, but
he's had his moments this
season. Definitely. I just thought I know he hasn't got his headgear on, but I have to go with the best form. So I'm with Maljoom for all I have my concerns, Nick.
Yeah, Holloway Boy, because I think if I'm to find one that is going to run a big race without any real question, look, I'm sure he could let me down, but he's the likeliest. I think he's the most bankable commodity in the race.
I've gone Kudwa, who ran very nicely in the Abu Dhabi Gold Cup. He won the Zubail Mile previously, and a slight step up in trip with Ryan Moore on board. I thought there was plenty of positives.
Al Maktoum Classic over 2,000 metres on the dirt next. This is race number 6, sponsored by Emirates Airline. I'm fascinated to see how this unfolds with the likes of Heart of Honour in there. Obviously now the mount of Adri de Vries replacing Safi Osborne. Mendelssohn Bay, very good last time. Meydan, Walk of Stars, your favourite, Nick. Generous Tipper, Tap Leader, Killer Collect. And we go into, obviously no Killer Collect. We go into Mazmak Flying Honours and Trim. And we can have a look at Tap Leader, who is still an unknown quantity, but Doug might just have another live one here off the back of that success last time, Nick.
Yeah, and it's the route that not many others take, isn't it? From Russia or Kazakhstan, whatever the route is. Doug seems to have a good route with it. One first up out here, that was in handicap company. So yes, he needs deeper, but you consider that, look, Doug Watson, I think by his own volition, wouldn't be quite as strong as he was, and the barn isn't full of class acts like perhaps years gone by, but at the same time I still think he knows the kind of level needed, and he wouldn't just be running this horse if he didn't feel he was up to it. I'm sure there's an idea that they're going to learn a little bit more going into next season, but he's a bit of a player at a price, I'd say.
Who do you fancy?
Heart of Honour. I know he's in draw 1 and he is going to have to overcome that, but he has been slightly better out of the gates this season, and to be honest with you, he just doesn't seem to be fazed by the kickback, even if he is in it. So I think that slightly up in trip to the 2,000 again is a positive. He's a horse that we know has his own way of going. He can drop himself right out and finish extremely well. I thought that this was a pretty good run in the Al Maktoum Challenge behind Imperial Emperor, who I think is going with a massive chance into Dubai World Cup for the Dubai World Cup. And this is a drop down in grade. I just think his consistency. Look, I think we obviously have that jockey change as well. Audrey de Vries is in the saddle now. He's won 2 from 3 on him. That doesn't worry me at all. I think this is his Gold Cup.
I think he'll win today. I really do. It was interesting to hear Jamie Osborne's quotes in the week, which obviously pertained to Safi riding at the time, but he said maybe stall one's not that great and you're going to kind of have to improvise. But you mentioned it, Megan, and I know a lot of people maybe criticise or certainly say that he's been unlucky, but his record around here, 1-1, 2-2-2, 1-1-3, that was technically the worst run of his career here last time when beat
best
five
form
lengths.
by far.
Yeah.
Isn't it such good form?
The second finished third
Isn't
in the
it?
Saudi Cup.
And the winner's a class act.
Also, you're not going to have to do that much different.
What, from the gate?
Well, I mean,
No.
Do you think Jamie was just being a bit...
well, it's not. I mean, you know what? You're gonna have to come around the whole field wherever you are.
Yeah. I think it would just be slightly detached because that's
and they
just
should
generally the way.
go hard as well. So yeah.
Well, exactly that. I don't know whether Walker Stars is going to get an uncontested lead, but that's what he wants. He's not quite at the same level he was when fourth in a World Cup last year, which is a shame.
Interesting rolling the dice with Meydan in here as well. We'll talk about that when we build up to the race itself. Dubai City of Gold is up next, 2,410 metres, race number 7, sponsored by Emirates.com. And this features Rebels Romance. Should, of course, mention other horses in the race, all the way down to Fort George, who was a good winner here last time. Crystal Black is interesting. But let's major on Rebels Romance, Megan, who has been so good wherever he's gone. He was looking to win another Breeders' Cup when last seen, but was beaten by Ethical Diamond somehow. But that horse was a bit of a springer. But I think we know what to expect, don't we? And that is, for me, a success tonight because he can go fresh, he can go when he's on a roll, he can go on different surfaces. He's so good.
He is, and I think on official ratings he's 11 pound, if not more, clear of all of his rivals this evening. He's so consistent worldwide, ground-wise, track-wise. He's performed very well here at Meydan previously. I don't really see any concerns. He's straightforward. He's just the ultimate professional. He's the jockey's dream, and we've seen William Buick talk about this horse. You know, he has the most incredible bond with him, and I just think it will be nice for us to see him back in action, and I think it'll be straightforward.
Yeah, it sounds as though he's retained, as it's mentioned this verbatim from Charlie Appleby, this horse has retained all of his enthusiasm. I just wondered, when we were here for World Cup night last year, when he was beaten in a good race, it was a funny old race as well, whether he was perhaps on the wane, but he went and won 5 races last year, finished second in the Breeders' Cup Turf, changed his way into a stayer, or certainly a horse that gets upper middle distances, won at Royal Ascot. 5 years since he won a UAE Derby, 4 years since he was an aborted favourite for the Dubai World Cup. He's reinvented himself as the most extraordinary globetrotter, and it's a treat to see him.
It doesn't sound like we're trying to be too clever in this race, but Fort George was good last time, and Crystal Black was in that Dubai Millennium. Look, this is a bit of a step up as far as trying to match a horse like Rebels Romance, and it rated 109 Fort George. But I was very pleased for Ed Walker, Kieran Schumacher and the Hayes here. Yeah,
I completely agree with that. I think they're just finding an opportunity to try and see whether this horse is going to stay a little bit further. I'm not sure that many people would have been absolutely sure that he stayed that distance because he was a miler earlier on in his career. Ed Walker said Rebels Romance is going to be a real problem, but you take him out and it looks pretty open, so I think they'd be satisfied with second, wouldn't they? And you find out he stays 2,400 metres, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Let's move on. We will come to our tips later on, but we're all going for Rebels Romance there. The Burj Nahar is race number 8, 1,600 metres. Obviously a key trial for the Godolphin Mile. You've got Commissioner King in here, who I just hope he gets home here, but I'm never absolutely convinced. Pupat Seymour is well represented, also has Castle Warden, and a few others as well, the Camden Colt, West Saratoga, who we see on that page there. So let's have a look at Commissioner King finishing second, Hypnos third, Crown Board fourth in the Firebrate Stakes. This was back on the 23rd of January. Mendelssohn Bay was the winner here. I thought this was, again, the best form in the race. I do worry about Commissioner King, though, just fading late on, but hopefully he gets away with it.
Yeah, I can see that, but I don't think that he's got a field that has probably got quite so much depth this evening. He's got obviously really sharp early speed. You nearly want to try and keep a lid on that a little bit, don't you, just so he has got that extra finishing effort. But I think that this is a race where he should be superior. Although, as you see there, he doesn't quite have that last bit that's required, he's still been running well throughout the season. And I just think that he is probably the one that's the class angle with a slight drop in depth.
He's got, what's he, drawn out in 10? You don't want to disappoint him, though. He wants to get to the lead. But that video we just saw there, you talked about not getting home. They went so hard, or he did, didn't he? And I can only assume, yes, he'll lead and dictate at his own pace, but surely that's not going to be absolutely breakneck. And I think he's got the ability to just go and probably win this on a couple of pieces of his form. I'm not sure it's the deepest race. I think there's one or two questions about others, not least a horse trying the dirt for the first time. So I think he's the answer.
Yeah, and there's nothing quite as good as the winner that we saw there in the form of Mendelssohn Bay. I think was rated 109 going into that, and the King Gold audience, they're not going to be right up there, I don't think necessarily. Let's have a look at Telemark then, who is improving, was a winner over the course and distance last time from Mount Kosciuszko. William Buick is back on board, Nick, and you know, we don't know how good this horse can be. He's rated 100. I sort of feel like we know that Commissioner King is around about 111, fine, but how good could Telemark be?
Well, that's the thing, he is improving, and his record on the dirt is, yes, it's embryonic, but it's getting better and better. He's only had 3 starts on it, and his record is now 1-3-1, and he's made it 2 from his last 2 at Meydan as well. He likes a good battle. So, yes, he's improving. I wonder whether the better the race, the better the performance. There's also another horse from the same barn in the race, second up from a huge absence, who I think on natural talent might be one of the most interesting alternatives. But that's a big question with swing votes. So Telemark's probably a now horse and a viable alternative to Castle Warden. Castle Warden, Commissioner King.
Commissioner King for you?
Yes.
Commissioner King.
Goodness, another team sim, and I bet we've got one in race number 9 as well.
Do we tip a lot of winners as a team? I can't remember.
Yes, Jumeirah 2,000 guineas.
We'll
this is over
anyway.
1,600 metres. It's sponsored by Emirates Holidays. This centres around Talk of New York for William Buick and Charlie Apper, who was so impressive 136 days ago. Well, we'll come to that. Should tie up the other runners or other runner in the race, and that is Mr. Hyro for Umar bin Hamash. Now, Talk of New York really created a bit of a stir, Megan, on this occasion as to how he might be campaigned this year. I guess in some ways, unsurprisingly, he's out in Dubai.
Yeah, he genuinely has been the talking horse, hasn't he? An impressive performance at Kempton in his maiden. That was back in October. He looked relatively straightforward through the race, sat in behind the leaders, and it was just a case of when he was asked to go through those gears. He's quickened up really nicely, put lengths between the field with serious amounts of ease. Now, we've seen Charlie Appleby take the Kempton route with horses in the recent years that have gone on to win the Guineas. We've seen last year coming over here for this race with Ruling Court as a stepping stone to go on to win a Guineas. I would imagine this horse is going to try the same route. If he wins here and wins well tonight, we could see him back in Newmarket to go for the UAE Guineas and then also the Newmarket UK Guineas as well.
Which is short as 8-1 for that, which on complete form, comparing to what Ruling Court had done this stage last year, Ruling Court had got a real body of work at 2, hadn't he? This guy's just a complete blank canvas, but he's quick. His splits suggest that. Just look at the performance he's put up. He hasn't got much experience, so that gives him more by even coming here today. And they did give him a run around here, I gather, as well, as a bit of a prep. So that should be good. But the very fact he's a single-figure price for a British Classic already means that he's a headline act. And Charlie Appley's won this 6 in a row. You mentioned Ruling Court. We've got tongues wagging. Do you remember you and I put him up as our horse to follow thereafter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that worked out all right.
Interesting to see what we make of Talk of New York once seeing him in the paddock.
I've already drafted the copy.
Yeah, copy and paste, just change the name of the horse. Yeah, awful, isn't it? Well, oh gosh, we're going to be sending him the same horse if he wins this evening. But, you know, I think Ruling Court had a bigger sort of reputation to uphold, having cost so much as a breeze up, and he had, you know, this big reputation going into his maidens, and he'd ran on the turf as well. But Talk of New York, I think he literally showed us how good he could potentially be on that one night in Kempton. So I'm looking forward to seeing him back in action.
I mean, Title Roll is rated 98 also. He has more of a body of work, including a winner out here, Meg, but it's about the what could be Talk of New York. How good a performance was this?
Look, this was a nice performance, and he built on his first to second start over here. I thought that he is the type to continue improving because as a physical, he's quite imposing. He's only going to get better with age, and I like the way he stuck his neck out and really battled on this occasion. As I say, it was a step forward from his UAE debut, but he's only beaten Pacifica Pia by a couple of lengths. We sort of see him as potentially a bit of a pacemaker for Talk of New York, and if he's only beating the pacemaker, is that quite good enough? I'd have said probably not. He again was an expensive enough purchase, but on what we saw on that occasion, he is going to have to sort of run a career best once again.
I'd like to see a better run race than that title run. That was an absolute dawdle, wasn't it? And then they quicken. So look, he can quicken off a slow gallop. If it turns out that way, it'd be interesting to see whether who's got the best turn of foot, title roll or Talk of New York, because we might learn a little bit more as regards their boot later.
We're going to agree on a few selections here. Let's go Nick first of all then.
Are this all of mine or just this one? Here we go.
All 9.
9 winners. Tariq in the opening race, Fairy Oak to reverse form in the Jumeirah 1000. Rebecca, really looking forward to seeing the French filly come for the sprint. Tuz is back, and I hope he's back in the winners' enclosure. Holloway Boy, who doesn't run or likely not to run in the Dubai Turf itself. I'm hoping this is his big day. Heart of Honour under Adrian de Vries this time. Rebels Romance, how could he not be? Commissioner King and Talk of New York, and hopefully 1 or 2 strike gold there.
Yeah, well, Nick, we do match a couple of these. We can't say copy because we definitely didn't do that. But Mabid is my winner of the first.
I'm saying nothing.
Then we've got Taifu, cover up in the sprint. He's been dominant in that division this season. I'm with you with Tuz, who I can't wait to see back. Kudwar in what could be our most competitive race of the night. That was the trickiest for me, race 5. Then we've got Heart of Honour, Rebels Romance, of course, Commissioner King and Talk of New York. I think those last 4 we all are in agreement with.
Yes, I can't go against those last 4 personally. Maljoom working up from that, maybe a bit of a risk, but I think the best horse in the race. There was a period where only the number 1 was working on my keyboard. Tuz, Mabid, Fairy Oak, 2 Tribes, who's the biggest of the international prices, the riskiest one. And our racecourse commentator, Pat Comerford. Who does he fancy? Mabid, agree with that. True Test, he's always trying to be clever. Lethal Levi, too clever. Tuz, yes. Kudwar, Generous Tipper, Rebels Romance. Mount Kosciuszko, trying to be clever. And Title Roll. Good luck, Pat. He's done all right this year.
Imagine screaming that one in a finish. Mount Kosciuszko.
Yes. Now, we know the headliner for Dubai World Cup night.
Tom Stanley?
Other than that, but just coming to see me is Jason Derulo. Jason Derulo to headline the 30th Dubai World Cup after show. You can book your tickets at DubaiRacingClub.com. Favourite Jason Derulo song, anyone?
Riding Solo.
Very good.
Sharp.
Very good. Slow Low. No.
Yeah, you're better. I could probably sing them and not name them really, but we'll go. Yeah.
Swallow.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that
What's
one.
the meaning of that one?
Okay.
Hands
Why is
on
that your
Me.
favourite?
Hey.
Just the rhythm?
Yeah, it's got a good beat, a good tempo.
Okay.
The men to run Derul over the data tonight.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
That really
That was tragic. That was a dad joke.
Yeah. I'm a dad.
Twice over.
Our Richie Passad, his head's shaking all round. What's wrong with you? And Angus McNay, welcome to the team.
Well, ahead of the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, Angus and I think it's worth focusing on arguably the star of the show. It might be Talk of New York. Angus, he made the most striking of debuts at Kempton.
He did, Rishi. This was October of last year, and he showed a blinding turn of foot to put away his opponents very readily indeed. We pick it up as he's about to quicken up in the Godolphin Blue. He's moving into 3rd here, and he is about to quicken in tremendous style. 6th furlong, 11.86, fastest in the field. The 7th furlong, wow, he went sub-11, 10.92. Not many horses can go sub-11 on their debuts, and then he went 11.3 to conclude the race with a finishing speed percentage of 110.78. That is impressive because the runner-up, Go Rimbo, was also running fast. He produced a finishing speed percentage of 106.05. So Talk of New York was able to quicken past a horse who was also quickening. The collateral form looks okay. The second horse, Go Rimbo, has not run since, but the third, Impossible Mission, went on to win at Wolverhampton next time up. So the collateral form looks okay, but the sensational way in which he quickened up in the closing stages marks him out as something special, and we might be saving Rishi the best to last.
Those are the numbers involved with the performance. There are other elements to add into trying to ascertain where his future lies, what potential he has. And one of the elements to discuss is the fact that Charlie Appleby has introduced a fair few outstanding performers on the all-weather at Kempton over the last few years. What do you read into that?
Yeah, he likes to take his good horses, his good youngsters to Kempton, where he gets a surface that suits them and where they're able to flash their ability. And I do think that he wants this horse to run in the 2,000 guineas at Newmarket. That will be the aim. I'm sure they're anticipating a very comfortable success from him today. He likes to blood them at Kempton on that lovely surface there, and then come here to this bouncy trampoline, I call it out there, Rishi. And I think he'll be able to flash the speed he showed at Kempton today.
And of course, he used the Jumeirah 2,000 guineas last year for Ruling Court, who went on to win the 2,000 guineas at Newmarket. In terms of the ability to quicken, Ruling Court showed that he had that. Talk of New York has clearly got that. Is there any correlation to be drawn by what they've both done?
This horse is faster at this stage of his career. He is a very fast horse. He's bred to only go a mile, so speed is going to be his main asset. He's by Wootton Bassett. From the dam side of his pedigree, there's an awful lot of speed. He's got a half-brother who won it up to a mile, but no further. And he is already a very fast horse, and I think there's going to be more to come from him. He's more in the mould of Notable Speech, who flashed an awful lot of speed when he won at Kempton Park on a number of occasions before he landed the 2,000 guineas at Newmarket. This horse is very much in that mould.
Horse with huge potential running in the Jumeirah 2,000 guineas. Talk of New York.
Pre-racing on a massive day. It is Super Saturday. Kieran Schumacher, who's about to come to the end of his stint here in Dubai, joins us. Just on the topic of that, Kieran, thank you for joining us. How have you reflected on your 2 months out here?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it, Nick. January was pretty productive, especially here at Meydan. Had a couple of group winners throughout January. So, yeah, overall I've been pretty satisfied with it, and just getting ready now to get back for the UK season.
Is this an experience that you would like to put into the calendar every year, do you think?
Oh, for sure, and I've had plenty of support whilst I've been here. It's January and February are pretty quiet back home, and there's some great racing here, and obviously lovely climate, a great way of life, and some top-class racing. So yeah, it's been a pleasure to be a part of for the last couple of months.
Yeah, there aren't many drawbacks when you think about it like that, are there? Let's talk about your 3 thoroughbred rides today in the 1,000 Guineas. Callahan, interesting runner who you know from the UK.
Yeah, obviously she's got to step up today. She's had a bit of a stop-start campaign since she's been here in the UAE for one reason or another. I won a novice on her at the back end of the season last year, and always thought she was a filly with plenty of upside, and she was going to continue to improve. So I think there's quite a big engine in there, and hopefully we can see that tonight. She's been training well leading into this race. I sat on her the other morning, so I'm looking forward to getting back on her anyway. I didn't ride her last time, so yeah, exciting.
In the Nad Al Sheba Sprint, it looks an open race. Do you feel we might be in danger of underestimating once again, although not a 66-1 shot, Great Wish, probably because of the price last time?
He was impressive, wasn't he? I was in the race. I galloped him again. I galloped him before he won, and he always struck me as a nice horse. He's a beautiful model. Okay, maybe somewhat a surprise the way he went and won, in which the style he did, but it was an impressive victory, and I think the form is rock solid. So, you know, hopefully he can come here again this evening and put up a bold account of himself.
Obviously a wide spread, Pontos, etc., draw low, a lot of pace. Looking at some of the draw figures, you know, the higher draws have rather come to the fore when it's been the winning of the race. Have you got a feeling on where you'd ideally choose to be in that race? Yeah,
well, I think he's quick from the gate, got good gate speed, and he likes to jump handy happy, and he's got a good cruising speed ultimately. And again, ultimately, like Nick, it's wide open, you know, it's a sprint, there's lots of runners, there's pace everywhere. So, yeah, we probably need a little bit of luck, but I'd be hopeful he can run a big race. A lot of people today are going to be looking forward to seeing the Rebel Romance, who is back. You take him on. You might be his biggest threat with Fort George if he gets the trip. Is that a fair assessment? Yeah, I hope so. Obviously, we're stepping into the unknown. I thought he stayed 10 furlongs last time very well, and it was worth a go at this trip. He galloped through the line strong, so yeah. Look, we're gonna see. Obviously, it's stiff competition, but yeah, hopefully he can run a big race. Ed Walker said it feels like an open race if you take Rebel Romance out. I guess most years you're not going to get the heavyweight champ turn up in the trial, are you? It's a bit unfortunate for everyone else. Yeah, we're willing. Someone's got to take him on, and we're willing to do so. Kieran, thank you very much indeed, and good luck tonight. Thanks, Nick. Thanks. OK, that was Kieran Schumacher talking through his rides on Emirates Super Saturday. Let's go up and join the man in the heavens, Pat Comerford. Thank you, Nick. Yes, great to be joining you and the team here this afternoon, and good to hear from Kieran Schumacher. He's got a great book of rides, and he has been a wonderful addition to the riding ranks here at Meydan for the last couple of months. Looking forward to tonight's card. We're about to get underway with the first of our races this evening. It is a purebred Arabian Group 1, the Al Maktoum Challenge Round 3, headed up by the horse at the top, Mubid, who looks to be a main contender for this year's Dubai Kahela Classic come March 28. Plenty of good racing coming on after that, but we kick off with that race very shortly. Post time, 5:30 p.m.
Really looking forward to this first race, the first of 9 on Emirates Super Saturday. It's the Al Maktoum Challenge Round 3, sponsored by Arabian Adventures, Group 1, 2,000 metres. And here is number 1. This is Mubeed. Won this in dominant style last year and went on to become 3rd place in the Kahela Classic on World Cup night. Should be fresh as missed Fashion Friday.
Okay, number 2, Falar, is stepping up in trip, and that shouldn't be too much of an issue. He certainly ran well last time. He's pretty beautiful in the paddock, isn't he? That dappled grey.
Yeah, he is. One of a number of greys in the lineup. And we'll find number 3. This is a horse that could win. He's got the misfortune of being my selection. Sorry, Tariq. He was a good winner in Alain last time, nearly 2 months ago. He's a useful horse, though, and he finished 2nd in this last year, 5th in the Kahela. They're gradually stepping him up in both grade and trip this year.
Number 4 is Nassif. He's a horse that has been doing pretty well in his handicaps, a couple of victories in those races. His form is a little bit in and out, though, so he's not the most consistent in the field.
Yeah, they're comments that could well apply to this fella. Unleashed, out of sort at the moment, but very, very talented. He was 4th in this last year. I wonder if the trip just stretches him, because in the 1900 Majani, in the 2nd round of the challenge last year, he lowered a track record and then lowered it again. He's lethal quick.
Number 6 is Rad Lembarak, who's been another horse in good form lately, both in handicaps and in listed company as well. He takes another step up in grade here this evening, so he's going to have to put up a career best performance, but he's in form.
Number 7, this is an interesting runner. This is Uptown Walk the Line, who won a handicap here by a very, very wide margin a few weeks ago. £15 the rise for that. They're obviously impressed.
Well, there is Saif Al-Balushi, the jockey of number 8, Sunny DeLoop. He's a horse that has been a little bit out of form lately. He's more than capable on a going day, but he is going to have to find some of that better previous form.
Number 9 is next. That is Edelbar, who's got Danny Tudhope to ride. French horse who ran OK in Abu Dhabi last time. The dirt's a question, because this is the surface debut today. Useful on the turf in France, but this will be different.
Number 10, RB Motherlode, is a horse that, as you can see, is well compact, and he looks very much like a sprinter, and they are the distances he has been running over and winning over more recently. A big step up in trip today. He's going to have to prove his stamina.
Number 11 is Tahan, Tahan, who finished last time out really on the front foot. Went 2nd in a 1400 metre handicap. Yes, this is a better grade, and yes, it's an extra distance, but he could go all right.
Number 12, Bakir, comes out the inside draw. He's coming out of stall 1. His runs more recently have been in Saudi Arabia and Oman. A bit of a no-show last time, but he was only getting to know the track.
Towards the tail enders, and number 14 of 14 is Calista Carrere, who is 1 from 21 overall. And contrast to Meydan, that sole success came a few years ago over in Poland and has it all to do. And finishing off with Listo de Faust, Kieran Schumacher, just talking about his rides in the thoroughbred races a little earlier on. Having a look at this one he's got as the way to warm up for the evening. Listo de Faust, a very lightly raced horse who ran well at Abu Dhabi last time, is surface versatile, but has got quite a bit to find.
Well, ahead of our first race, I've managed to grab Arif Khan, who is assistant trainer to Jabba Bitar. Two really interesting runners here. Let's start with Meydan. He's been an unbelievably consistent and good horse for you and the team. How is he ahead of tonight?
Yeah, he have a good chance today. He's in good form, and last time he disappointed me because of this. He get a very short head. He got bit because of we don't have the race. And we missed the race the day.
The form obviously last time actually worked out very well, and he steps up in distance this evening. So you must be really positive.
Yes, of course, because he did. I mean, this round three last season he won this race, so hope so he will do the same thing what he did last time.
And what about Quickly Unleashed, who is a horse that showed a lot of promise, but he's been a little bit disappointing. Is he better this evening?
He was always an unlucky horse. He get the outside draw, so today the same as well. I hope so he will do better today.
Bit frustrating with the draw.
Yes, of course.
Well, very best of luck. Two very good chances here, especially with Meydan. Drawn a bit wide, but hopefully they can overcome it.
Yes, of course. It will be easy.
Thank you.
Best turned out time then for race number one. It's gone to Motherload. Well done to the winning groom, Ket Singh, leading the horse around a few moments ago. 750 dirham going to him. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for that. I know it's not Fashion Friday, but goodness me, someone knows how to get dressed. That is lovely. Well done, that man. And well done to Mr. Aliesa. Our thanks to him for presenting the award to Ket Singh, 750 dirham. Going to him on behalf of PHI Advertising. Our thanks to our sponsors of the Best Turned Out Award. All right, number one then is Meydan. I'll be really disappointed if this horse doesn't win. I think everything's right. Best horse in the race, trip is right. And yeah, I think it should be a no excuses run, really.
Yeah, no, I agree. Obviously winning this race last year, and he's just held his form at the level extremely well. Ray Dawson back on board is a positive for me, knowing the horse so well. He's obviously built up a really good relationship with Meydan. And to be honest with you, even though he got beat last time, he really battled hard, and the form has been given a really big boost. So actually, he didn't disgrace himself in defeat by any means whatsoever. So I think that he is the one that they all have got to beat this evening, despite coming out of a very wide draw in stall 13.
Yeah, I think it should be okay. I mean, you know, one from the widest draw of all, but the horse has gate speed, and I think we'll just look to slot in a couple of wide. some of these Arabians aren't that fast away. I think there's every chance he finds himself in a good position.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, it's not ideal, but...
No, that is the thing that he's got to overcome, but I agree. At the 2,000 metre start, they have that little bit extra time before they get into the first bend to sort themselves out into a position, and I think Ray will allow this horse into his stride in the early stages and get up with the front runners. As you say, he tends to have good gate speed, and he has a high cruising speed as well.
Now this is Tariq. Nick Lightfoot talked positively about this horse. Winner at Alain last time. I guess another 6-year-old. We don't know how good he is. Now, he's got £6 a find with Mubid, but we can get some rapid improvers in this division.
Yeah, he was second behind Mubid in this race 12 months ago, and as you say, a winner last time out, so his confidence is up. On official ratings and on what we saw last year, he is going to have to improve a little bit, but he's a horse that's in really good form.
All right, loading process is well underway for race number 1, the Al Maktoum Challenge Round 3, sponsored by Arabian Adventures. See, they're still circling a few of them out the back, but we're both pretty sweet on Mubid over here. Let's get a final word with our racecourse commentator tonight, Pat Comerford.
He looks a picture. Thank you, Tom. Yes, he's a short price select on the international market, and understandably so, coming in off the rating here of 120 for tonight's event. It is a nice race to kick off Emirates Super Saturday here with a purebred Arabian Group 1. It was a very competitive edition of the event 12 months ago, and we hope to see a very similar edition of the race here. Sunny DeLoop and Listo de Fost come up into line. Only one left to load. That'll be Unleashed. And Mubid to come forward. Runners are locked away. Ready to go. Round 3 of the Al Maktoum Challenge. Set. And the runners are away. In the first on Emirates Super Saturday, Uptown walked the line, won the start. Mubid heads up early as well. Ridden positively. RB Motherlode kicking up to the inside. AH Tahan a lot closer here. Falah looking for a spot along with Tariq. That's your first 6. Sunny DeLoop out wider. Then came Bark here, the rail. He's going to be tucked away there in that position from Listo de Fost. Rad Lembarak behind him. Then came Narsif, joined there by Unleashed. Back in the field was Edelbar along with Calisty Carrere. Inside the mile they travel here. 15.67, 12.15, and Uptown walked the line like last start, has worked to the lead and takes over by a length and a half to Mubid, who's found a spot in the running line. Half a length to RB Motherlode, half a length AH Tahan. Back on the inside was Bark here, just cluttered up on heels there. Tariq to his outside, Falah wide with cover. Then came Rad Lembarak from Listo de Fost, Sunny DeLoop, a length back to Bark here with Calisty Carrere. Then came Narsif, and Unleashed is last of all. It's Uptown walk the line. At the 1,000 metres, they make their way to midway here in the first of our Group 1s for tonight, and has been able to back it off in front here. Sandro Paiva got away with a 13.6 there as they head towards the back turn. Leading the way now by 3/4 of a length to Mubid. Half a length RB Motherlode in the box seat. AH Tahan flushed out 3 wide. Half a length back to Tariq. Next came Falah, who's on the improve on AH Tahan's back. Next there on the inside was Bark here, who's ridden along here. He's potentially going to fall into a few of these laps shortly. Rad Lembarak next from Listo de Fost, Sunny DeLoop. Then came Calisty Carrere, Edelbar. They may be hampered here by the fellow ownership horse in the race. Then came Narsif, and Unleashed is looking for an inside passage. They wheel the bend, and it's Mubid who goes up to challenge Uptown walk the line. Uptown walk the line fights. Mubid hits a narrow lead now, kicks away by a length to Uptown walk the line. RB Motherlode runs on. Falah wayward but making ground. It's Mubid the leader inside the final 200 metres from Uptown walk the line. Mubid tired. Here comes Falah. Mubid from Falah down the outside. Falah picking him up. Falah over the top here for Al Modisam Al Balushi, coming right away here in the late stages. That's a good win. He was no better than 4 deep last start. He got a better run today, and he's put his true colours on show here in the Al Maktoum Challenge. Goes on to win by a length to Mubid. Rad Lembarak got home well from RB Motherlode. Then came Uptown walk the line, AH Tahan. Next over was Unleashed, followed there by Tariq. Then came Calisty Carrere. Next over in running, Narsif from Sunny DeLoop. Then came Edelbar. Beating him home there was Listo de Fost, but they were in the rear division. They stayed loyal to El Modesum El Belushi. There wasn't a pretty watch last time out to the races, but the Omani jockey has got the job done here with Fala, who had plenty in hand as well, you'd say. He was very wayward in the straight, but he's been able to reel in Mubid. He's found the 5 pounds on him tonight. And number 2, Fala, goes on to win for Oman here in race number 1.
Well, what a lovely performance it was from Fala, who's come wide and late. And, you know, it's a really good performance because they didn't go crazy hard up top. And that's why Mubid has been able to stay there and the long-time leader not beaten too far either. But Fala has clearly improved for that start out here last time. Prior to that, had good form over the distance. Came up a bit short last time behind Murad, but that was the right form line into this. Wasn't too far behind the subsequent winner at the big race in Saudi. And to be fair to Fala, he's gone on to win, well, quite nice. So Mubid was fighting back towards the line. There was nothing he could do about when the winner pounced on him.
No, absolutely. Mubid looked like he had gone to win his race and changed his leads at the right point down the home straight. But little did Mubid and Ray Dawson know that they were getting challenged fast and late by Fala, who absolutely motored home once he got into a bit of space. And that extra distance this evening has really made the difference for Fala. He didn't quite have the boot last time, but he certainly had the stamina for this evening's 2,000 metres, and he really did start to motor, and he never really gave Mubid a chance to battle with him.
No, and I think you just got to say that, you know, Mubid's been beaten fair and square by a horse who's a really strong stayer at the distance. And as I say, he came out the right race last time. You know, we know that Murad first class form is very strong. So he's gone on to win this, and he'll have his sights set on the Gala Classic. So will Mubid. I expect him to come up a tiny bit short. But Fala, nice performance for the Al-Belushis. And we'll see him welcome back into the winner's enclosure very shortly.
Unofficial numbers in the Al Maktoum Challenge, round 3, 2-1-6-10, 2-1-6-10. Fala, your winner, 2:15.91 winner's time. Margins 1 by 1, 2-1-6-10, race 1.
Our first winner of the night then, please welcome in horse number 2, Fala.
Correct weight in the Al Maktoum Challenge, round 3, 21610. 21610. Correct weight, 215.91. Winner's time, 1 by 1. Your winner, Fella. Correct weight, race 1.
Time for the first of our presentations then for the Al Maktoum Challenge, round 3, sponsored by Arabian Adventures for purebred Arabians. And to make the presentation, I'd like to welcome to the stage the CEO of Donata Travel, Mr. John Bevan. And we're presenting 3 awards, as we have for all of our races tonight: owners, trainers and jockeys. Thank you, John. And collecting on behalf of the winning team, please welcome to the stage owners Mr. Halal Al-Khalili, and alongside him His Highness Saeed Saud bin Harb bin Tuwaini Al Said. Well done to our winning owners of Falah. And now we welcome to the stage our winning trainer. Show your appreciation for Ahmed Al-Balushi. Well done to Ahmed. And to our winning rider, please welcome Al-Mu'tasem Al-Balushi. if everyone could come back together, and we welcome more people up onto the stage as well for the group photo of the winners of Al Maktoum Challenge Round 3, sponsored by Arabian Adventures, the winning collections of Falah.
What a thrill that must be for Saeed Saud bin Harib bin Thawani Al Sayed, who is part of the winning ownership team for this remarkable horse Falah. How good was that to watch?
It was very good. Since he came last time he came, it was a challenge, but the trainer, he did a well thing preparing the horse for the round 3, and he was aiming for it, and he got it.
Yeah, because he ran a good race last time, but probably not suggesting he could win like this today. Was he training very well, very strongly from last time?
Yeah, he was actually, his recovery was very well, and the trainer was saying like he has a good intention for the race, and he got it. Yeah. And I hope he runs in Kahila Classic, inshallah.
Well, that was the thing I was going to ask. It's unfinished business in 4 weeks, because he's now an 8-year-old, really mature. I think he finished 4th in the Kahila 2 years ago. 5th. Yes. So, okay, one position worse, but still not bad. Do you think he could go 4 better this year and win it?
Let's hope, and raise the cup for Oman, inshallah.
So how special is he as well? And how special is it for you to come to Dubai and win on the biggest stage?
Oh, it's been like a privilege, a nice privilege to win in Meydan. Yeah. And we're always going to participate here in Dubai till we reach the highest level.
To the pinnacle. Last thing, there's quite a few of you here. How do you celebrate as a team?
Ramadan style.
Say no more. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Dubai's glow surrounds a city that never sleeps. Life sparkling all around, truth and the secret to keep. Take it in, let it stay. This is how the moment plays. Super Saturday, Meydan going slow. Dubai in the distance, let the rhythm flow. Super Saturday, we move as one. Oh, 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 oh. in the now.
Well, the fillies ahead of the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Skywards, are all walking round up in the pre-parading. And some of these fillies are getting a little bit on edge. You can see here Taifu, she's getting a little bit warm, has got that hood on for the prelims. So she is a little bit edgy anyway, but keep an eye on her getting a bit warm. We've seen Lady Garfield, number 8, getting a bit worked up as well. I must say, my pick of them up here is actually number 4, Callahan. But a few of these fillies are getting a little bit worked up. If we just go over to the saddling boxes, we can actually see that number 5, Sweet Sunshine, we might be able to cross over and get a little bit closer, thankfully stood in there nice and quietly like an absolute professional. But the farrier has just come flying up to the pre-parade ring in his little golf buggy, and he's going to be re-shoeing this filly. I think she must have a little bit of a loose shoe or a nail in the wrong place, something like that, but she is going to be just getting sorted before she heads down. Luckily, she's being so well behaved, I don't think she's going to be delaying us for too long. But the majority of the runners are heading down to the main paddock. We'll keep an eye on Sweet Sunshine up here, and we'll get to see the main runners and riders pretty soon.
Right, special race upcoming. Looking forward to this. Off at 6:05, it is the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas. All hugs as well. Good luck to Team Taifu and Oliver Wilson, who is defending an unbeaten record on this filly. She won the trial. She's got the key form line in the bag, and based on the way that she finished last time, is another couple of 100 metres going to stop her? You'd be doubtful. She looks good.
Fairy Oak is horse number 2, who chased home Taifu last time. She is a daughter of Ali, but there's plenty of stamina on the dam side, and she looks like she's got a good bit of ability. I hope she settles here up in distance. If so, I think she's got a great chance.
Another who comes out of that race, the Morge, who was the great winner of this race 3 years ago, is True Test. She was 4th. Now, she is sure to want the extra distance here. She moved like a 1600 metre filly last year, and on pedigree, she should be absolutely fine. If not, get a little bit further too.
4 is Callahan. Kieran Schumach rides for James Owen. Started her career against the likes of Northern Champion, other boys last time, and came up a little bit short there. Rated just 82, not a huge amount of fine necessarily, maybe going in against her own sex or suit.
Here is the rider waiting for his team, Francisco Leandro Goncalves, who's going to ride Sweet Sunshine. She is number 5, and she was 6th in what is ostensibly the trial. She ran okay, she should get the distance, but she will need a big step forward with that man aboard.
This is Gelinotte, who was well behind Taifu last time. Bernardo Pinheiro rides, Fairfrain Arguinzones, and you'd have to hope that the extra distance is going to suit. Daughter of Nando Parado, who ran in the Guineas a good few years ago, but came up a good bit short last time. We'll want to improve from that.
This is number 7, this is Piana. And Piana, she was 8th in the Morge last time. She will want the distance, but what she'll want is to really step forward and find a level that we probably haven't got. She's got Nicola Collery as the trainer. He can turn water into wine out here, I think it's fair to say, with the likes of Fort Payne King Gold and Stefan Pasquier aboard.
I wonder if he plays that in his band.
The Piano Man.
The Piana. I tell you what.
He's a class act.
What a man. What a man.
I am the music man.
Lady Garfield's rider, Pat Cosgrave, riding for Miroslav Islanik. Well behind Taifu last time. Yeah, has to step up a good bit on that, on what we've seen. Rated just 66. Very difficult to see her featuring here. You never know.
You never know. Lady Garfield by James Garfield. And they are, well, they are the runners. As we go back to number 5, Sweet Sunshine, we showed you the jockey, and another that comes out of that Morge Stakes, which in truth might be tricky to reverse the form with your Taifu, Fairy Oak, etc.
Good international field, isn't it? Nice to see.
And no, as we mentioned, no Godolphin, which is extremely rare.
Well, unbeaten filly Taifu is trying to keep that perfect record, and I'm joined by her trainer Soren Jensen. Soren, what an unbelievable season you have had with her and start to her career. How is she for this evening?
I feel she's quite well. She come on well for the last run. She put on a little bit the coat, but I worried a little bit. But she's shining now, and she's been eating, training well. So I have to be confident.
And what about the extra distance? Do you think that can help her further?
It should do, and breeding it should do.
Okay. She's by Japan. He stayed very well. She's a big filly as well. She has plenty of size and scope.
Yeah, she does, and I hope it will be a fast run race, because she could take a bit hold, but a fast run race will shoot her as well.
Okay, well, she's been unbelievable so far. We've really enjoyed seeing her and your success over here in Dubai, and we wish you the best of luck for the tonight.
Thank you very much.
It is best turned out time. That man is Asad Abbas, walking around Gelinote a few moments ago. Looking really well, taking home 750 dirham, Asad Abbas, in front of this packed crowd. And we talked about well-dressed. Well, no one as well-dressed as Charles Collery, the man next to me. A finely dressed man. Ça va?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's happy. We're happy. Well done to Asad Abbas and Mr. Ali Essa for presenting this award. 750 dirham to our winning groom, Asad Abbas. Our thanks to PHI Advertising. Good race this, in the sense that I think it's interesting. I think it's easy to make a case for a few of them out the trial last time. I mean, this filly was really good. Is she going to appreciate stepping back up to a mile? Every chance. She won well, although you could definitely say, Megan, that Fairy Oak had a rougher passage through. But equally, this filly was very straightforward.
Yeah, she was. She's actually a really big filly, seeing her in the flesh, and I just think physically and also on what we've seen from her on the track so far, that little bit of extra distance isn't going to do her any harm, providing that she does settle and get into a rhythm early. I thought that Sweet Sunshine and Callahan could be the potential two pacemakers in this race, and if that is the case, hopefully it will help Taifu just settle into a nice rhythm.
And this is the aforementioned Fairy Oak. She was just a touch keen last time, but still finished off well. That's my worry with her.
Yeah, definitely, she was keen, and that extra step up and trip means she's going to have to settle much better. But when she was out in the clear, she did absolutely fly home despite being keen early in the race. So we know she's got ability. She's still learning, I think, despite having quite a lot of experience from Ireland. I think she's still learning to settle, and she's still certainly improving. But I think this could stretch her stamina.
Yeah, they're loading underway. I've been bitten through the thickest trousers I could have worn. I don't understand how it's possible. Incredibly uncomfortable. But never mind. A few more to go forward. Who do you think is going to win, Megan?
I am going to stick with Taifu. I just think that the extra distance won't do her any harm. True Test was another that was flying home last time for William Knight and Marco Gianni. She's won twice over the 1400 back in the UK, but yet to win over the 1600 metres. But I'm going to stick with Taifu.
Pat, all yours.
Thank you, gentlemen. Taifu coming up into line. We'll complete the line here for the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas at listed level. Set at the mile. Racing, away they go here, and it was True Test who jumped clear of them, but will sneak back early here. Sweet Sunshine, also Jalanote heading up to take up the lead. True Test is going to hand up and head into third position, spotting the lead 2.5 here early. Half a length Taifu, who's caught a little wide. Up on the inside was Piana from Fairy Oak, who's cluttered up. They really pack ranks here. Callahan over racing now as a result, and Lady Garfield under Pat Cosgrave is going to smoke the pipe here at the back of the field as the fillies make their way towards the 1,100 metres. 13.74, 11.89. Jalanote for Bernardo Pinheiro assumes control here at the back turn. Leads by a length and 3/4 to True Test, who's now up to second. Up on the inside in third, half a length back, Sweet Sunshine. Taifu's going to have to be sitting 3 deep the trip here. Fairy Oak keeping it out there, then came Piana, followed by Callahan. Lady Garfield will have to come past the rest of her fillies in the race here as they come past the 700 metre marker in the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas, and it's Jalanote who's been able to sit at steady half 12s here and leads by 3/4 of a length to True Test, who is under a really tight rein here by Barcelona, working up into second position. Taifu's going to have to be very good to back up the Moore Stakes. Form here has been probably the worst in transit so far, has had no luck. Sweet Sunshine next, Piana, then came Fairy Oak from Callahan. Lady Garfield, it's Jalanote who gives a kick, half a length to True Test. Sweet Sunshine comes off heels now and begins its run at the line from Taifu, then came Piana. It's Jalanote from True Test. Jalanote looking to make all here in the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas, has still got a length here on True Test, who's coming at the line. Jalanote, True Test, and up the inside, Piana! Piana flushes late and wins. Piana goes on to score in the 1,000 guineas. Then came True Test, Sweet Sunshine, great finish. Jalanote fourth across from Taifu, who dropped away, no luck in transit. Fairy Oak next, and Lady Garfield finished up at the rear with Callahan. Stéphane Pasquier take a bow. What a run. Piana has flashed up the inside and gets it. 138.48. Piana, your winner. Margins to come here, 7 in the frame. True Test goes down a narrow margin. Sweet Sunshine third across. Almost made a look me a mug of me there. Piana has flown home, come out of nowhere and ducked up the inside to win. Margin confirmed shortly. Looks like a short head. 7.356. Jumeirah 1,000 guineas to Piana.
Well, that was a race to watch. Just keep your eye on the inside. She probably doesn't get the best passage up there, Piana, but ends up scoring. Taifu just didn't finish initially with the kick that you thought she had. It looked as though it was going to go to True Test, who's had to settle for second in the end. And Sweet Sunshine back in third, Jalanote fourth. Any of the four could have won it. Nicholas Collery does it again.
I know there's rarely a big meeting here in Dubai without Nicholas Collery and the team having a winner, is there? And Piana has done it for them this time. Actually, the head-on gives you even better idea of how many times she's had to switch in, switch out again for that passage. She's got no run here, gets cut off again. Eventually, having swung out to the middle of the track, she swings back in to that running rail, and once everything totally opens up, she flies home. It looked like we could have had 4 different winners there coming up to the line, Tom, but you can actually see on the head-on that the other 3, Sweet Sunshine, True Test, and I'm not sure, was it Taifu or
Jalanote?
Yeah, I mean, they were all over the place, bumping into each other, and no smooth run at all. Piana is in the right position.
I feel for, I mean, True Test has sort of beaten those off around her, but couldn't do anything about the filly that's half snuck up the inside, who's probably won on merit, to be honest, because she was stopped in the run. But she was hard to find off the back of the trial, Megan. So nice performance from Piana to score.
Yeah. Numbers in the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas, 7.356, 7.356. Piana, your winner, 138.48. Margins a short head by a head, 7.356. Race 2.
legacy rider, legendary rider, first winner at Meydan, and what a ride. Stéphane Pasquier, talk us through that.
Well, it's easy to ride like this because I have good draw number, so I travel well, I come inside, and she gave me a very good turn of foot. I'm very happy and very proud to come and win here.
Yeah, did you do it in the old Nadal Sheba days, just not here?
Looks like she do something special today.
Okay, and just a word, Maureen Henry alongside, of course, massive part of the training operation. She said she was shocked. How big a shock do you think it is for you?
She's always shocked when I'm riding.
Stéphane, tick Meydan off the list. Well done.
Second winner of the night, welcome into the winners' enclosure, Piana.
Well, possibly a little bit of a shock winner, but Piana flies up the rail to get up on the line. Nicolas Collery, her trainer, is, well, I don't know if you're shocked, just excited, but that was great.
Yeah, she's great. She ran really good last time, but a little bit unlucky, and maybe the distance was a little bit short. Today on the mile it will be better, and she rushed really good. She waited inside and a little bit speed for her today, but finish was very good, and but she won. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. Once she got out into the space, she really took off. And another horse of yours that likes to be ridden with a bit of patience and finishes quickly is King Gold. We see him again later. How is he?
King Gold is okay. She's ready. He ran in the December on the Al Maktoum mile. It was not really 100%. Today is good. He can expect a good race today. Maybe a winner. Why not?
And you've got another runner on the card as well, is that right? Can you tell us about all of your runners this evening?
Yes, Tumbler in the Spin Stakes.
A hot race.
Yeah, and he's okay. The first race here, finished third in the Group 2. We went in Abu Dhabi for the Abu Dhabi big race. He ran good, but today maybe he can improve again. He prefer stay on the left. Okay. And the form is good. We can expect also something with him.
Well, you sound like you're confident. The horses are in good form, and you've had a winner already. So well done, and good luck for the rest of the evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Correct weight in the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Skywards. 7.356 correct weight. Piana, your winner, 138.48. Margins a short head by a head. Correct weight, race 2.
Piana, the winner of race number 2, Jumeirah 1000 Guineas, listed race sponsored by Emirates Skywards. To make the presentation, we once again welcome John Bevan, the CEO of Donata Travel. John, thank you ever so much, presenting 3 awards once again. And we will see our trainer, our jockey, and representatives of the winning owners, who are SCEA Ara de Forêt. Please welcome, collecting on their behalf, Thomas Gestes and Charles Collery. Well done to our winning connections, our winning owners. And we now welcome to the stage the winning trainer. Please welcome, he's done it on Super Saturday yet again, Nicolas Collery. And our winning rider. Great to have him in the winner's enclosure at Meydan. Please welcome Stéphane Pasquier. And everyone can come back together again. Thomas Gestes, Nicolas Collery, Charles Collery, Stéphane Pasquier, alongside our presenter, John Bevan. Our thanks to him. The winning connections of the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas, Piana. Right, teeth at the ready, everybody. It's time for the first faces at the races. Your chance to win 500 dirham just with a smile for being here and enjoying tonight's racing. We'll pick a winner at well, it won't be at random. It'll be based on the quality of your smile. Although there have been some dubious winners in the past. But I'm sure we'll have a good one tonight in the paddock garden. Who's it going to be? That's a great smile. You all look very happy to be here. That's excellent. Well done for smiling whilst eating. Not easy, but you did that very well, I thought. Beautifully done. Couldn't see your teeth, understandably. What about you, madam? That's very good. Who's going to win the first of tonight's Faces at the Races? It is... Were you making the money sign? Ah, the kiss has done it, hasn't it? Sealed with a kiss? Yes! That's a winner. 500 dirham coming your way. Well done.
Welcoming back Ryan Moore, international legacy rider, for the first time at Meydan for 2 years. He didn't ride at Dubai World Cup night last year, so welcoming back one of the best in the business. Let's have a look at the runners for the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint, sponsored by Emirates Career Express Group 3 Turf 1200 metres. Number 3 is Great Wish, who was the Dubai Sprint winner a month ago, popping up at a whopping 66-1 on the international markets. And it's form that's got a real bit of substance to it, so don't underestimate him this time.
Number 5, Symbol of Honour, is next. He goes for the Charlie Appleby, William Buick and Godolphin team. Now, this horse was slightly underwhelming on his return to action, but it's likely he can take a step forward, be that slightly bit fitter, and potentially run a little bit better this evening.
And there is William Buick as Godolphin launch into the night. First runner for them. They've got big chances to come. Talk of New York we're looking forward to, and a certain Rebels romance as well. William Buick, who is rather a dominant face on Emirates Super Saturday, as he is most of the big days here. And he takes on the rides of Symbol of Honour, number 5, but we're going to come to 6. That is Echo Point, who's back from Saudi, back onto the turf again. Gets this track and trip very well and was runner-up on Fashion Fridays. A versatile horse, possibly comes up short, but hopefully runs this race.
Okay, we're going to go to number 4 next. This is Lethal Levi, one of 3 runners on the card for Carl Burke. A really solid sprinter. He's probably best at this trip. And look at him coming out of the stall, number 9. He's often pretty quick away, and he might be up there with the front runners.
Yeah, he's very fast early, as is this fella. This is Pontos, who's absolute lightning, who ran in one of his favourite races in the calendar, the Jebel Ali Sprint, last time and won it. He does get 1,200 metres on the turf, but it's probably that much more of a test. I think he's at his fastest at between 800 and 1,000, and maybe 1,200 is just that much.
Number 8 is Morning. He is running for the Bupat Seamar stable. He's switching to the turf today. This is his first time on the turf, usually seen running on the dirt. How will he take to that? We'll find out shortly.
The first of the Spencer Cunningham horses, which are 9 and 10, comes next. That is Two Tribes, number 9, and very similar to Run Boy Run. They've both won out here. That was his first run out of a handicap, went second to Great Wish last time. He ran well. I think it's good form, and he's a very solid player for this.
Well, there is George Wood and Oisin Murphy, the 2 jockeys that are riding the Richard Spencer trained and Phil Cunningham owned runners. George Wood is riding number 10, Run Boy Run, who is the next one we're going to have a look at. Slightly more relaxed in the prelims than his stablemate, and he's certainly been improving with every start over here. He managed to hold on narrowly last time. He was pretty tough late on. Steps up in grade this evening, but these 2 runners for this team have certainly got live chances.
11 is Araby, who's been 3rd and 4th in recent starts behind Two Tribes and Great Wish, so you get that bit of context as to the level of the form. He's solid, he's got the lowest draw in 1, but not too far away from some real signature pace. Has a bit of work to do, but hopefully Araby can run well. James Doyle is aboard.
Number 12 is Rabar, who is possibly best at the 1,000 metres. He is certainly not short of ability, but doesn't always have the most luck in running. He's stepping back up in grade this evening.
Number 13 is Native Approach under Connor Beasley, who mopped up that double on Dubai World Cup night last year. He'd love the same again. Native Approach, who looks a little bit up against it, dropping in trips, never actually dropped to a distance this short in the career, so it's something brand new for the 13, Native Approach.
Number 14, Power Mode, was a runner pretty recently. Only last week we saw him when he didn't run to his very best, but he steps back up to the 1,200 metres, and that will certainly help him.
Right, time to have a look at the French girls. Rayevka, number 16, and the mare Monte, number 15, who's actually beaten Rayevka. Dual Group 3 winner last season, and she ran a career best in defeat in the Prix de l'Abbé when last seen. She gave £4 and a beating to Rayevka last season. Fascinating to see them meet here in the UAE.
Yeah, it is absolutely, and this is that other filly you mentioned, Rayevka, who a little bit on her toes in the prelims. She looked very well, though. Her career best probably came at Royal Ascot when she was third in the Commonwealth Cup. She travels really well through her races, but plenty of speed on here should help her chances. Francois-Henri Graffard has done extremely well over in Meydan over the last couple of seasons, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see him with a winner on tonight's card.
Right, more on his way down. He's yet to unite with Cover Up, who's one of the star sprinters this season, a winner on Festive Friday, a winner on Fashion Friday. But funnily enough, the man stood alongside Ryan, and in conversation, one of the joint trainers, Ed Christopher, did say that might be it for the horse after he won on January the 23rd. 1,000 metres, 5 furlongs is his trip. There's nothing left for him. And of course, this race now a 1,200 metre race. But they've had a revision of that thinking, and Cover Up does run here, and if he can bring his best form, and don't forget he's a 1,200 metre winner in the UK, bring his best form, there he is, to 1,200 metres, not just 1,000, he is one of the likelier winners.
Ben.
Well, it wouldn't be Emirates Super Saturday without Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. It is their first run of the night. Symbol of honour in the sprint, big chances to come. This fella, based on the best of his form last year, is a big player if he can step forward for last time, isn't he?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he's definitely stepped forward for his first run here. We've sort of, it was one of those evenings that, like William said, he was fresh, he hit the lids, they split, and we faced the breeze, and it's not his run style. You know, he likes a target, he likes probably a bit of cover around him. Admittedly, where we are, William's probably going to have to be take a bit of a brave man's route and sort of drop in and sort of hope that there's a gallop on. But the pace obviously looks naturally on paper on the opposite side. But look, let's just see how it pans out.
Was it natural to come from Fashion Friday to this en route to the Alcoz, or could he have gone all the way had he have, say, won that day?
To be brutal, I'll say we've sort of worked back pencil-wise from an Alcoz. We hope he's an Alcoz horse, a contender, should we say, more so. And so like I said, his first run here, he improved the racing last year. So it was always the plan to have that first run and to come here.
It wouldn't. Do you know what? Actually, it raises the profile of any race card internationally if Rebels Romance is on it. That name must make you smile, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. Look, it's coming here this evening. It was a discussion that we had collectively that we could have, as we know, we could have gone to potentially to Saudi, or we could have gone to Qatar for races he's won in the past. But we felt it was fitting that he came here this evening, and win, lose or draw. Look, of course we come in here with confidence that the horse will win, but at the grand age of 8 there now, I'm never going to put him into any sort of corner to say he's got to go and do this. He comes here, he's full of enthusiasm, shows all the usual zest that he's shown in his past, and hopefully he can come here tonight and put on a display that hopefully people will enjoy and appreciate.
Well, once upon a time he won a UAE Derby on the dirt, and he was a Dubai World Cup fancy. A few years ago he won a Shima Classic. If he wins today, it would seem obvious, does he go to the Shima Classic again?
I think we're very much sort of sat on the fence there. Okay. In what sort of Rebels that we see, because like I say, they're older legs. I'm not saying the enthusiasm's not there, but they are older legs. So we have to appreciate that a Shima Classic is one of those. It's one of the hottest contests of the year globally, and so therefore, for him to be turning up there, he'll have to put on a display tonight that will enhance us to therefore then take.
Last question. how much are we looking forward to Talk of New York in the last? I mean, I'm not going to compare to Ruling Court, but it looked good.
You said you were going to ask me about one horse.
Yeah, I didn't say which one. And if you add one and one and... Sorry.
No. Look, he's a horse that we've held in high regard. Obviously, he was visually very impressive at Kempton. He has been out here since before Christmas. He's had we've brought him here to have a look round. I'm not trying to sit on the fence. I like the horse. I think he's got a horse with a bright future. If I can see any undoing in him, it will just be the lack of race experience against these horses that, tonight come here with plenty of it under their belt.
Thank you for the word on one horse and maybe a couple more as well. Charlie, appreciate it.
Pleasure. Best of luck.
Best turnout time, and it's gone to this horse, Pontos. Love Pontos, great to have him back here, previous winner here. And the man leading him around is Bom Singh, and he takes home 750 dirham, which he should get just for the tash alone. There he is. He's got a beautiful smile as well. He could win faces at the races, I think. He could be on double bubble tonight. Thank you to Mr. Ali Essa for presenting the award on behalf of PHI Advertising to Bom Singh.
Thanks.
So 6 races tonight that are winning your ins, that are bonus races. This is for the Alcors, of course. $150,000 bonus to any winner of this and the Alcors. And if you win this, you get in. Simple as that, Megan. Who's going to win this?
I've gone cover up, but I think this is wide open. He's obviously got to prove himself back up to the 1200 once again, but I just feel he's a horse that since the tongue tie has been applied, he seems to have found a new level of form, and he's just so consistent here over this course. But there's horses that could potentially improve, and I thought the pace was predominantly low, so I was looking middle to low in terms of the draws.
Yeah, there's a lot of pace low. We saw with a recent race here it developed far side, but you can come late down the middle. I think only up the near side is where you probably don't necessarily want to be, but I wouldn't be ruling anything out on account of the draw. For me, I thought the one that was really interesting was Two Tribes, who ran well here last time. Sheen Murphy on board, but as you say, you can make a case for loads of them.
Absolutely. 2 French Raiders over here as well, 2 fillies. I thought they both looked well in the prelims. Raevka, we'll start with her. I mean, she's a filly that travels very well through her races in the fast pace on will suit. She's got to come out of stall 13. That could be hard to overcome.
Yeah, again, she might be angling over towards a bit more pace. I mean, Pontos is probably the quickest of them, I'd have thought, out the gates.
Out of stall 2.
Yeah, so that's a little bit far away.
Lethal Levi, he's pace, he's out of stall 4.
Run by Run won't be too far away from them, I wouldn't have thought.
So they're very much low. Could that just drag along the horse's middle to low side? I thought it would suit cover up. He likes to get cover, and hopefully he'll be the one finishing fast.
Let's join Pat ahead of the sprint.
3 more to load here for the Natal Sheba Turf Sprint, 1.2 million. Pontos and Morning, the last 2 to be brought up into line. Field of 15 here, 1,200 metres. We're ready to go. Set. Away now. Pontos jump with them. Araby in the first few as well early with Run Boy Run. Native Approach and Cover Up also in that division coming down the centre group here as they do split off into 2 packs here. Echo Point leads up that with Lethal Levi. He's a lot closer today. Power Mode next, followed by 2 Tribes Raba. Then came Symbol of Honour with Great Wish. Next was Monte. Morning giving them a start. He is last of all. It's Pontos over on the far side who leads them up here. From Araby in second. Then came Native Approach, followed there by next there was Run Boy Run, Cover Up, then Lethal Levi racing in isolation in the centre here as he works his way over. Then came Great Wish starting to make good ground along with Echo Point. 2 Tribes yet to be let off the shoey. Then came Raba from Symbol of Honour, Power Mode, Ryevka, Monte with plenty to do. And last of all was Morning. Far side have the advantage at the moment. Native Approach back to the shortest trip of all time. He comes back here and leads the way by a length and a half here to Run Boy Run, Cover Up making ground from Araby. Pontos drops away. Great Wish tries. It's Native Approach from Cover Up, then came Run Boy Run. Native Approach getting tired but holding on here in the late stages. Native Approach, what a move, drops him back in trip and he storms home to win by a length and 3/4. Wins the Nat El Sheba Turf Sprint from Run Boy Run. Next over was Cover Up from Araby, then came Great Wish. Next was Ryevka from Symbol of Honour. Next over was Araby from Pontos, then came Monte from Echo Point. Next over there, Raba from Morning, Power Mode, Lethal Levi dropped away. Some training move by Ahmed bin Hamish, dropping Native Approach back. We haven't seen him here at this trip. And, well, he was just as sharp as ever. Connor Beasley in the saddle off the rating of 97 for Hamdan Hamish, the 5-year-old gelding by too darn hot, too sharp here in the Nat El Sheba Turf Sprint. Winner's time, 109.45.
Well, it definitely paid to be low. Stall 6 beats stall 3, beats stall 5. And then I think Great Wish has run on run on really well at the higher draws. But goodness me, you wanted to be low. Well done if you found that. Rated 97, dropping back to 1,200 metres. I wouldn't have found that if I was given 10 goes.
No, absolutely. I mean, dropping back down in trip was the key here, right up on the pace throughout, and he's managed to hold on. A couple of challenges late trying to catch him with Run Boy Run and Cover Up, but they never could quite get to Native Approach. Actually, his first victory for this stable. Connor Beasley, he's so good on the front end here at Meydan, isn't he? And he's got that easy sort of lead up there with Pontos, but he's managed to maintain that gallop.
And this is why the win in your in factor works so well, because rated 97, you wouldn't necessarily have seen this horse turning up, but he's won that, and therefore, well, he's guaranteed a place in it.
Yeah, but as you say, I think it was pretty inevitable within the first couple 100 metres that it was the low side of the track that you wanted to be. They were very much dominant. Cover Up, he just doesn't quite see out the 1200. Run Boy Run has run an absolute stormer once again. He's been so consistent and continued to improve with every start over here. And they were really on that side, the only ones that were ever able to get into it.
Numbers in the Nat El Sheba Turf Sprint sponsored by Emirates Courier Express. 13, 10, 2, 3. 13, 10, 2, 3. Native Approach stops the clock at 109.45. Margins a length and a half by a neck. 13, 10, 2, 3. Race 3.
Connor Beasley, well, we've got a sprinter. Stroke of genius, wasn't it?
Listen, he showed us plenty of ability at home. Obviously, he was a good horse back in his day and his time with Charlie Appleby, but you know, he's just one of them. He's a free-going sort, and he's very difficult to train on the morning. So, big credit has to go to the boss and Issa, who rides him out every morning, because he puts him to the test. But to be fair, dropping back in this distance, he was always in his comfort zone, and sort of when I'm going there half speed and past Pontos, I thought we aimed with a good shout here, you know. And he was always full of it, really, full of running. And just when I asked him to stretch, obviously he stays a lot further. He's got a lot further in trip, so no, it was fantastic.
A wonderful double on World Cup night last year, and you've got Dark Saffron still to come. How much do you love these big nights at Meydan?
Yeah, I love this place. you know, just blessed really to be riding nice horses, and it's been a difficult season really, just with, you know, not as many winners, but you know, these are the places where you want to be riding winners, and as long as I keep getting one or two, we're always happy.
Top man, well done.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure, the third winner of tonight. Heard from the winning rider there. We'll see him up on stage very shortly. Winning rider Conor Beasley, winning trainer Amr bin Hamash. Welcome back in. Native Approach.
And correct weight given in the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint, sponsored by Emirates Courier Express, 13.10.23. Correct weight, Native Approach, winner's time, 109.45. Margins a length and a half by a neck. Correct weight, race 3.
Nadal-Shiba Turf Sprint went to native approach. We'll commence the presentation for this Group 3, sponsored by Emirates Courier Express. To make the presentation, we welcome to the stage Khalid Mohammed Al-Hinai, the Vice President, Cargo Commercial. Our thanks to you for presenting these 3 awards once again. 3 trophies for all of our races tonight. They're all being listed all group races. And we will see the owner, trainer and jockey of each winning horse. And we welcome to the stage the winning owner of Native Approach. Your appreciation for Hamdan Hamash. Well done to Hamdan, and now we welcome the winning trainer of Native Approach. Please welcome Ahmad bin Hamash. Well done to Ahmad bin Hamash. And now our winning rider, please put your hands together for both Connor and Darcy Beasley. Everyone coming back together now for the photo. Thanks to Darcy Beasley going up with Connor and Hamdan and Ahmad bin Hamash. The winning connections, ladies and gentlemen, of Native Approach.
Moving on quickly, and we move on to the Mahab Al Shamal, which is the 1200 metre group race on the dirt today, and it is the winner you're in for the Golden Shaheen on World Cup night 4 weeks from now. And appropriately enough, we've got the two most recent winners of that. Number 2 is El Nasib. He is rather than our horse, stuffed out of sight in this race last year, but he's improved a lot, and it took a good horse, Drew's Gold, to beat him last time on Fashion Friday. But he's been in excellent form, and a good strong pace setup will suit him well.
Drop back to number 3, we've got Dark Saffron, who was last year's Golden Shaheen winner, and this race is obviously a qualifier for that. He's not really fired to the same extent, and it looked a little bit awkward on occasion. He's going to have to bounce back a little bit.
Number 4 is World Records, named to be good. Group 1 placed horse, Group 2 winner. Another string for the Triple R Bow. They've already got Drew's Gold, of course. Sounds like he's acclimatised well over here. A former US runner that was last seen winning or running at the start of October. So it's not that long off the track, but fascinating to see him over here.
Well, Colour Up is a horse we see on a regular basis in these races, and he's often up there in the placings as well. He's ultra consistent. Back here at Meydan is a positive, having not been at his best over in Saudi Arabia last start.
Number 6 is Mufasa, another for Triple R Racing, Bupat Simar. And this is a race that Ryan Moore, who rides in, won in 2007 and 2011. Two different courses, of course. Another strong runner for the operation. El Nasib had his measure all 3 runs this season. He's a horse who connections have said doesn't like kickback, doesn't like the rail, so hopefully he'll find his rhythm out there.
Okay, well, the jockeys are on their way out. We can see Karis Titan with James Doyle and Oisin Murphy just making their way to the paddock. Still got a couple of horses left to have a look at, so let's go to number 7. This is Lamborghini BF, who hasn't been seen since running in September, but that was on the turf. He was a listed winner in Sweden, switches to the dirt for the first time. How will he take to the surface?
Number 8 is another for RRR Racing. It is Cat Spy 5. He's doing well at the moment. He doesn't look necessarily the pick of the owners. He goes to Doug Watson this one, not Bupat Simar, but he's on a hat-trick. The word from the team was that if he can jump and sit in the first 4 until that first and only bend, or the home bend, he'll be right there. Finished 6th in this last year, but it sounds like they're confident of better in 2026.
Number 9, Sing Dragon, is coming at us through number 1. He's running in the UAE for the first time, and his wins in Hong Kong have come over 1,200 metres all the way up to the 1,600 as well. He has got early speed, however, and he will be interesting if he breaks well and can get up on the front end.
Bell's gone. Jockeys have been asked to go and get on their mounts. Apollo 1 is horse number 10, Danny Tudhope rides, and he's been a wonderfully consistent horse. He's drawn out in 10. He ran a decent race at Jebel Ali last time. He's been that nearly horse so often. You think about the runs, the run of seconds in big handicaps and good races in the UK. Hopefully he can run well for All Connected. Peter Charalambous and James Clutterbuck, the trainers. Doug Watson, responsible for a couple in here. They're fairly legendary in these parts, Colour Up, and also Cats by Five, who I wanted to begin with. He's getting better and better now, isn't he?
Yeah, really impressed with his last 2 runs. Thought he really deserved a chance here. Got good gate speed. It's going to be a tricky little race, I think. I think we'll all be asking ourselves how it was run afterwards. So, but he's got the pace to just get himself in a nice position, and he's doing really well at home.
Yeah, I heard the report from Triple R earlier this week that they felt if they can get, in the first 4 on that home bend, he's going to be right there.
Yeah, he's shown that the last couple runs, and likes this track. And we had some ups and downs with him last year. Got here a little late and stuff, so he's had nice preparation.
How is Colour Up? Because, I mean, his old mate Tuz is back, which is no good to him, really. But he's been an extraordinary horse in his own way, hasn't he?
He has. He's always gives you his all, and had a rough trip over in Saudi. Got back. I thought we were going to wait until see if we can get in World Cup night, but Saeed wanted to run here. And listen, the horse has done extremely well. He's eaten up since he got back, and not a great draw, but we'll just see how he goes. But he always runs a race.
1 or 2 others that you're looking forward to later, maybe?
Just one more tap leader, see how he can step up in class, and looking forward to seeing how he does.
Yeah, I felt like you wouldn't have run him in this race if you didn't feel that he had something quite useful under the bonnet.
Well, I like the way he ran his first race, and I think, obviously the owner wants to try to get to the World Cup, so this is a logical spot. So he's in real good shape at home, and fresh and well, and had like 29 days in between. It was a tough race on him the last time, but seems like he's in good form now.
And 4 weeks from now, the 30th Dubai World Cup, you said you were here in were you in the ambulance watching the first one or something like that at Nadal Sheba?
I didn't have to drive it. I had it next to me. I was in the vet's room, and if something happened, I was going to have to go out there and do something. Trained a little bit. It was a real small community, and we all kind of took our little jobs.
So you got to see the legendary cigar as close as you did?
Yeah, I screamed at it, and they thought I was crazy in the vet's room. Dumb American, I guess they were thinking. But yeah, no, that was fantastic. It's just such a great night. It's unbelievable. It's 30 years, and it's the best night of racing for me in the world.
Yeah, you've had winners on that night, and long may that continue. Doug, well done. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, we've all wanted to get our eyes on Tuz, haven't we? We haven't seen him for a while, and he heads down the chute now. Bhupat Seema just about to give Tiger Shea their leg up, and I must say this horse looks incredibly well in his coat. He's absolutely gleaming. As usual, he goes out to the start a little bit later than his rivals because he can be a little bit difficult, and I'm pleased to see that he's on his toes. He looks a ball of muscle here this evening. He does look pretty fit to me. I'm sure, having been off the track for as long as he has, he can improve that little bit, but I think he looks pretty straight. He looks absolutely fantastic, and it's great to see him back in action.
BTO time, best turnout, horse number 4, and that is world record for James Doyle and Bhupat Seema, Triple R Racing. Well done to Summer Singh, the man leading him around a few moments ago. He wins 750 dirham. That's being presented by Mr. Aliesa, who we'll see shortly. Loads of young racing fans in tonight. We love to see that. Thanks for coming, gentlemen. And thank you to Mr. Aliesa for presenting the awards. On behalf of PHI Advertising, to Summer Singh, PHI, the sponsors of the Best Turnout Award at Meydan this year. All right, there they are down at the start. This is a fascinating race. Really interesting how it's going to develop. Tuz, El Nassib, Dark Saffron's going to have a play on how it unfolds, I'm sure. I just don't think he'll be there at the business end. That's El Nassib in shot, who's had a fantastic season, albeit beaten by Drew's Gold last time, Megan.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the front runners, isn't he, out of stall 2, and as you say, been thriving this season. Won the Dubai Stakes pretty well in January, beaten last time, but wasn't disgraced in defeat. On official ratings, he has got a few pounds to find on Tuz, and we know that when he is in the form of his life, he is very dominant in this category, and unfortunately beaten in last year's Golden Shaheen, but he was pretty unbeatable in the build up to that, and he's just a superior sprinter. I thought he looked an absolute picture, to be honest with you, cantering down there really nicely, and I think that we could see him back with a bang.
What's your feeling on his fitness?
I thought he looked pretty straight.
Yeah.
You know, you can see him down there even at the start. You can see that he's nicely tucked up through the middle and through his hind quarter. He looks pretty powerful. You can see all those, you know, muscles really sort of popping. And he's a big, powerful horse, isn't he? And sprinters do hold their condition well. But I think he looks great, and he's absolutely gleaming in his skin.
All 4 of us have picked him.
We've been accursed this evening. I hate
well,
to say
to be fair, we'd have done well to find any. They've been ridiculously hard, but
yeah, big sort of shocks, I think, throughout the evening so far. Maybe it will be a bit of a change from here on in, but I just think this horse, you know, look, ultimately the aim is going to be World Cup night in the Golden Shaheen. This is obviously a win and you're in race, and I just think that Tuz is going to be, you know, it's exciting to have him back on the track anyway, but I'm hopeful for an exciting and explosive performance.
There are a couple of possibilities with why El Nassib didn't win last time. He might have bumped into a rapid improver. He might have not been suited by being up on the speed. I think he's probably a little bit better than he showed last time. This is the white hat of Triple R Racing. That is Mufasa. Mufasa has been in behind El Nassib a couple of times. Got close here in January, Megan, and was again behind El Nassib and Drew's Gold last time. I don't think he's entirely straightforward.
No, possibly not. I mean, he's been consistent without winning this term, and he does stay further than this. I agree. I think that he's got a few quirks, and he does need to find a little bit more at his best. A horse that we know is super consistent and is just a solid performer is number 5, Cover Up. He's often in the places, possibly not at his best last time out, but returning here to Meydan can certainly help him, and you'd be shocked if he wasn't in the frame.
Loading process is underway. Keep your eye on stall 2, El Nassib, how he breaks. Where's Tuz going to be out of stall number 6? Dark Saffron out of 3, you'd expect to lead, but they're not going to hang around here. And Pat's going to call them home.
Runners are coming forward here. That's 4 left to load here, and they'll come up nice and quickly. Tuz with all the rage on the international market. Wonderful addition for Chris So to have Hong Kong China representative here with Sing Dragon. Comes forward as one of the first ones to load away there. You won't miss him in those very bright yellow and pink colours. Dark Saffron, the Golden Shaheen winner of last year, loads away to complete the line. Ready for the Mahabel Shamal. Set and racing. Sing Dragon was one of the first away here with Dark Saffron. They've broken cleanly away. Tuz is going to have to settle down for 3rd early here and starts to work up along with Lamborghini BF. Then came Cats by 5, who spots the lead 4. A length and a half back to World Record from El Nassib. Then came Mufasa, Colour Up, and Apollo 1 is last. It is going to be the Hong Kong galloper in Sing Dragon, who's going to lead them off the back here under Karis Teeton inside the 800 metres. A length and a half to Dark Saffron. A similar margin back to Tuz, who's 3 wide and punching the breeze. From Lamborghini BF, then came El Nassib, followed by World Record, Mufasa, Cats by 5. The Triple R Racing trio races 1. Then came Colour Up, and Apollo 1's going to have to come from last as they swing the bend. And Sing Dragon's got company. It is Dark Saffron who quickly loops around the outside and takes over for a lead of 2 lengths. Here comes Tuz. Tuz levels up now and starts to run down here. This is a repeat of the Golden Shaheen last year. It's Dark Saffron in front. Tuz making chase. He's not getting there for now. Dark Saffron continuing on with it.
Tuz and Al Nassib. Al Nassib pouncing over the top here in the late stages of the Mahab El Shamal, and it is all Al Nassib. Al Nassib comes away for another spectacular victory. Takes the Mahab El Shamal by 3/4 of a length to Dark Saffron. Third across was Mufasa from Colour Up. Tuz dropped away. Then came Cats by 5 from Lamborghini BF. Sing Dragon third to last from World Record, and Apollo 1 last in. Well, he loves to chew the dirt. He heads all the way back into last, and you can see those silks for Sylvester de Souza are going to need a nice wash after that, as they do most starts. 1:11.31. Al Nassib gets back and storms right over the top to win, and does it very well from Dark Saffron, who has well and truly turned a corner. Maybe the turf run has freshened him back up. We may have seen a Dark Saffron of old return to the races here tonight. Mufasa running home well. Colour Up in for 4th place. Some of the back markers certainly making good ground there. 2, 3, 6 and 5, but it is Al Nassib for Masaba El Maheri. The 5-year-old Entire by Profitable picks up another Meydan win.
Winning trainer Musaba El Maheri delighted with that, saluting the crowd, and he will be absolutely buzzing after that victory. That was what Al Nassib does best. They went so hard. The second sectional that flashed up, second furlong, 10.8 I think. That's found out those towards the front. But Dark Saffron, Megan, back to form, but that has suited Al Nassib.
Yeah, Dark Saffron has really shown us what he did last year, and as Pat was just saying, maybe a run on the turf has sharpened him back up for this evening. But his fast fractions did end up setting up nicely for our winner, Al Nassib, who was beaten last time, but today the race just suited so well. He tucked in behind the pace in a nice position, didn't have the early speed to go with the front runners, but once he switched out and had Dark Saffron to aim at under the Sylvester de Souza drive, Al Nassib has picked them up, and he's one going away in the end.
Yeah, he does suit that sort of ride, doesn't he? Off it, running with targets to aim at and finishing fast and late. And he broke so well last time that it didn't suit his style. I wondered if he didn't really know what to do with himself. But with targets, he's much better. Mufasa has run on with a good deal of promise. Tuz has really faded out of it.
Yeah, he was up there obviously on the pace early. As usual, he's a little bit awkward to switch on to that outside lead up the straight. And I thought at this stage he's got the perfect setup to go and pick up Dark Saffron if possible. He's just got a little bit tired late on, hasn't he? But he's ran with lots of credit on his return. But there our fast finisher down the outside, Al Nassib under the Sylvester de Souza drive.
Those numbers in the Mahab El Shamal, sponsored by Emirates Sky Cargo. 2365, 2365. Al Nassib, your winner, 1:11.31. Margins won by 1 1/4. 2365, race 4.
A key winner for the champion jockey out here. He moves one clear of Bernardo Pinheiro in the Jockeys' Championship. And the now dirt sprinter, the horse of this year, Al Nassib, back to the winners' enclosure. Sylvester, well done. Was a faster pace the big difference today?
And absolutely, yeah. You know, this horse, last time he got a touch off, and you know, he's a much better horse when he got the pace, and he got that strong run into him, and the pace today suits him very well.
So you could feel from the word go that this was just going to suit that much more, and I'm likely to get them.
I feel he couldn't go early on, and from about the 900 he come a little bit alive on the bridle, and but at the same time I still have to keep rolling, and he responds well. He loves the dirt.
Well, he's beaten the last two winners of the Shaheen, Dark Saffron, Tuz. It's been a locally dominated race in recent years. He's in it. Can he win in 4 weeks' time?
We'll find out, but you know, if he turn up in the same way he turned up tonight, he'll have a good chance.
And lastly, you're in a good battle for the Jockeys' Championship with Bernardo. How much are you looking forward to the rest of the season and holding on to that crown?
It will be nice to do it, and obviously Bernardo's been have plenty of mountains as well, and he's been working hard for, and I'm working hard behind, and I'm trying to keep it.
The two Brazilian boys fighting it out. Well done, Sylvester.
Thank you.
Time to welcome back into the winners' enclosure, the race that has guaranteed this horse entry in the Golden Shaheen with a 10% bonus to the winning prize money on offer. Please welcome El Nasib.
And correct weight is given in the fourth event, the Mahabel Shamal, sponsored by Emirates Sky Cargo. 2365, 2365. El Nasib, your winner, 111.31. Margins 1 by 1 1/4. Correct weight, race 4.
Well, this is a sprinter of serious quality. El Nasib is getting better and better and has won on Super Saturday. Musaba Al-Maheri, congratulations indeed. We heard from Sylvester just how much a strong pace this horse loves.
Yes, He's a good horse, and he like to have like good pace in front of him, and he's coming from behind and finish strong with any horse.
I just put it to Sylvester as well. He's just beaten the two most recent winners of the Golden Shaheen, Tuz and of course Dark Saffron as well. Do you think he can win the big one in 4 weeks' time?
Sure, inshallah he can win. Inshallah.
Because we don't know the field, but we know that the local horses. Do you feel you will beat them again?
Yeah, but you know, this is all the good horses in the UAE. They are running in this race.
Yes.
And okay, if the coming horses, some horses from outside, we don't know, but still he's good.
You're sitting third in the Trainers' Championship. It's been a very good season. You've got the top jockey about Sylvester. How much do you enjoy working with Sylvester?
You know, Sylvester is a very good jockey, and he worked with me before, and 2 times he get the championship with me, like a jockey. And next year, inshallah, he will be me full time.
And lastly, I know what Dubai World Cup night means to local trainers, not least yourself, to have the runners, to have that success there. What will you do with this horse between now and 4 weeks' time? How do you work back?
Same routine. Okay. I will give him same routine. He will take rest some days, and he will again coming to.
You can dream now. He's a big player. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, time for the presentation for our dirt sprint. Once again, to make the presentation, delighted to welcome to the stage our man that's presented our previous award. This is for the Mahab Al Shamal, sponsored by Emirates Sky Cargo. Khalid Mohammed Al Hanai is the Vice President of Cargo Commercial, and he'll be making the presentation, 3 presentations to our winning connections. We welcome, first of all, on behalf of the winning owner, Mohammed Abdullah Mohammed Rashid Al Shehi, please welcome Maria Ritchie. Well done to Maria, and now the winning trainer who we heard from, and he will be delighted with that. We saw him after the race as well, Musaba Al-Meri. Welcome now to our winning rider, Silvestre de Souza. And once again, everyone can come back together. Our winning connections of the Mahab Al Shamal, sponsored by Emirates Sky Cargo. El Nasib.
Yeah, of course. I'm just going to OK, horses are in the parade ring for our next race, which is the 8 o'clock, the Singspiel Stakes, named after one of the formative winners of the Dubai World Cup way back in the late 90s. It's sponsored by Emirates Airline. It's a Group 2 turf 1,800 metres. Maljoum is number 1. Second start for Michael Costa. Horse who ran in the Abu Dhabi Gold Cup last time. This is going to have to be a significantly better effort than that. But he was a bit of a class act in Europe. Difficult to go and get a win with, but don't doubt his talent.
Number 2 is Ala Kazi, who is over for Johnny Murtagh from Ireland. Now, he is still fairly lightly raced, but he was very consistent last year. An extra 200 metres to his usual trip could just help him. He's quite big and he's imposing, and I wonder if he'll just tighten up a little bit from this return run.
Yeah, he's a good horse. He's a very good horse. That's Ala Kazi, who finished 3rd in the QE2 last year. Right, this is 3. This is Holloway Boy. What a legend he is, and he really is just that. Ever since he won the Cheshire debut way back when. He's been a good horse out in Dubai as well. William Buick gets back aboard him because he's got no right for Godolphin in this, and he's got a fine record on Holloway Boy, who at this sort of level and with no entry or nomination for the Dubai Turf, this could be the day that he strikes in Dubai.
Okay, number 4, Kudwa, ran very nicely in the Abu Dhabi Gold Cup last time, and he won here prior to that in the Zabil Mile. He's slightly up in trip this evening. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. He's had a nice campaign in the Middle East.
This is 5. This is a horse on the up. This is Dividend, who is on a hat-trick. He's 2 from 2 since the cheap pieces applied. He's up in grade. This is a fast track from just winning 8 days ago. But why not have a crack? Ross Orion has got a terrific record in him, 6 from 9.
Number 7 is the next we're going to have a look at. This is Folk Festival, who has won 2 from 3 starts here in handicaps. The latest of those was in January, but he steps up in grade this evening. A strong pace would help him. He tends to be a horse that finishes very well.
They're not on our microphones. OK, number 8 is Dioptaz for Christian Demuro, last year's Dubai Turf winning jockey, who looks to win the key trial here. Right down the field in Abu Dhabi last time. He's a useful horse in France. Does need to step forward though, and is another in here who would love to get to the turf. He's got a nomination. Hey, can you control? We just control. Ryan Moore has just gone out aboard Coudoir for the Crisfords. Delighted to speak to Simon alongside. He's a very talented horse, this one, on his day, isn't he?
He's always been a really talented horse, and he's a lovely character, very talented, seriously effective of over a mile. Obviously, you know, this is a furlong extra, but he's approached this race in really good form.
He obviously went over into that brand new Rich race the other day. I thought he ran very well.
He did. I mean, we were hoping for a slightly better finish than we had, but you know, he's a talented horse. He's still an entire. He's got lots of potential, and we're hoping he'll run well enough tonight to get an invitation for the
turf.
The Turf Classic.
Is there a squad assembled for World Cup night in your mind?
Well, a lot will depend on what unfolds tonight. I hope that Cover Up gets an invitation. I mean, obviously the last 100 yards is a little bit far for him to go, but he's improved every year as he gets older, and he certainly deserves to take his chance, so I'm hoping he'll get an invitation. We'll see what Coudoir does tonight, and obviously we've got Meydan running later on dirt for the first time, which is going to be a proper test for him, and the first 2 furlongs will be crucial as to see how he can adapt to the pace of a dirt race early on. But if he can finish that race off well, who knows what we can do with him. And yeah, so and Ferry Glen, she might bounce back in the Dubai Gold Cup, who knows.
You were a few yards, I don't need to remind you, from winning the Dubai World Cup a couple of years ago with the remarkable Algiers, and I know that Dubai itself has been such a significant place to you and your family, your professional and personal life. Nearly 30 years of the Dubai World Cup. I mean, it's a legacy for you, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. I was on the initial sort of Dubai World Cup committee with Bruff Scott and Nick Clark and Michael Osborne. And Sheikh Mohammed said to us he wanted to put on the biggest race in the world and to do a proper race over a mile and a quarter that would attract contenders from all around the globe. So we said, yes, you know, we can put on $1 million race. And he looked at us and said, no, you don't understand my vision. My vision is to be the best of the best. And so anyway, so that our committee went back and had another think about it. And of course, the first running with Cigar winning was fantastic. And to get Cigar here, we had to, Sheikh Mohammed had to enable Alan Paulson's wife to be able to bring her poodle on the plane to Dubai, otherwise Cigar wasn't coming. And so all these...
So there was an even more important four-legged animal on the way.
Absolutely. So there are all these amazing stories that have taken place over the years, but it's all down to His Highness's vision and his quest to explore new boundaries and different avenues, and look what he's achieved with Dubai. It's just a remarkable story.
And you're running for the Singspiel, named after a legend as well, early doors. What a trip down memory lane. Thank you, Simon. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Enjoyed that. Best 10 out time now. We'll make the presentation. Well done to our winning groom. That is Rafiq Ahmed, leading the horse around a few moments ago. 750 dirham coming his way. Our thanks to our young guests in tonight, and well done to Mr. Aliessa. PHI Advertising presenting our awards to, in this instance, the winning groom, Rafiq Ahmed.
horses being led around then. That's Maljum, who I think has got a good chance here. He's not straightforward, we know that, based upon his history, but he is a very capable animal. He's finished second to Notable Speech in the past. He finished third in the Dubai Turf. I mean, that's an excellent bit of form behind Soul Rush and Romantic Warrior. So if he puts it all in, he must have a good chance. He's not a straightforward ride, however.
He isn't, no, and his career best was certainly when finishing third in the Dubai Turf last season. He was well beaten on his stable debut, but I'm sure that Michael Costa and the team have got to know him a little bit better now, as you say, try and iron out a few of those quirks. The same ownership in the black cap, number 4, is Kudwa. We can see him up on the screen now. He ran extremely well in the Abu Dhabi Gold Cup last time, and a winner in the Zibil Mile earlier on in the season. I thought that he had a really good chance of getting his back in front here and made.
There's Holloway Boy, who's Nick's pick. He's well worth his place here. He's officially got a bit to find, but you know, I could see it, definitely see it with Holloway Boy, this son of Ulysses. Very talented. I think this is the right trip. He was a touch unfortunate in Doha last time. He loads up, and wouldn't say there's too many more to go forward. Who are you with again, Megan?
I just went Kudwa. I was torn between him and Alakazi, who I think is one of 3 4-year-olds in the field, still lightly raced, very consistent. I thought an extra 200 meters could help him. The reason I went with Kudwa is just because of the recent race fitness, and I thought that Alakazi made a step forward slightly for this return run.
So, loading process is well underway for the Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline. Here's Pat.
1.4 million, the prize pool here for the Singspiel Stakes, Group 2. These runners are slowly starting to make their way up here. Could they strike twice on the night here? These colours, Stefan Pasquier, Nicola Corlery with Tumbler, looking to pick up a double on the evening. Here's Dioptars for Demuro. Colours that have been so famous in recent seasons on the Arabian circuit, now with feature race runners here in the thoroughbred class as well. As Kudwa loads forward. And the runners are set for the Singspiel. Ready, and away they go here. And Holloway Boy was one of the first into stride, with Dioptas working up Kudwa and not waiting around at all here, just working up slowly here, up into third position, Dividend in between. Then came Alakazi to his inside Folk Festival, wanting to go a lot faster, racing very keenly here under Pinero, 2.5 lengths to Maljum, who isn't last here at the moment. Tumbler has decided to take the rear end position here as they get to the 1400 metre peg, and they are crawling up in front here. 15.13, 13.03 here as they continue down the back, and Demuro's got them all walking here in middle fractions here. 3/4 of a length to Kudwa, 1.5 lengths back to Holloway Boy from Dividend, who's now 4th in the 1-1 with cover. 1.5 lengths back to Folk Festival, 1/2 length there to Alakazi. Then came Maljum, and Tumbler is still last. 1,000 metres left to go in the Singspiel Stakes, and Dioptas is dictating on his own terms here. He's now a length in advance of Kudwa, who rolls a little bit closer. Holloway Boy awaiting an out here under William Buick. Dividend is also waiting for Ross Orion's call here in 4th position. Then came Alakazi from Folk Festival, who has 2 behind him, and that is second to last Maljum, and Tumbler is last. It's Dioptas, the margin 1/2 length as they head to the top of the straight. Kudwa is ready to pounce in second position. Dividend working out here to begin its run. Holloway Boy cluttered up, needing some room. Folk Festival sweating on a run on the rail. Then came Alakazi, who starts to work into the race under Cohen. Next there was Tumbler, and out to last is Maljum. It's Kudwa who takes over inside the final furlong. Breaks away by a couple of lengths now to Dividend. Alakazi, who's trying to reel down Kudwa, who is off and gone here in the Singspiel Stakes, and he announces himself as a World Cup night contender on Emirates Super Saturday. 3 lengths to photo finish between Dividend and Holloway Boy. Not sure. Holloway Boy not getting out until about the 50 metre mark there in the race. Alakazi next from Folk Festival. Then came Tumbler, Dioptas, and Maljum didn't fire a shot. Kudwa Goes on to win here for Ryan Moore. Picks up his first for the night. He's got a couple of nice rides later on in the program as well. But that is everything I'm sure Simon and Ed Crisford wanted to see from Coudoir. 153.17. He has dominated them here in the Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline. For your winner.
Well, a team of happy trainers after Coudoir's victory. Ed Crisford, that was a really well-positioned ride, I thought, from Ryan Moore. Up there on the pace the whole way, and Coudoir's quickened up well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There was no pace early. Ryan had him in completely the right position, travelled supremely well and kicked off the bend, and, he won very well.
He clearly likes it here in Meydan. He's probably put up two of his best performances over here. Is he going to go now for the Dubai turf?
No, I think absolutely. We'll see how he is, but I think that's the plan. It's the winning you're in, and I think he saw out the extra furlong well, and bring it on.
You've had a great season. What's been the highlight so far?
Well, I think we've had plenty of group races, and it's been a really good season. So we've got to keep going, but it's the horses are running well, and we've got a really good team here, and it's a really big team effort.
Yeah, well done. Good luck. Let's hope that you get a big winner on World Cup night.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you.
Numbers in the Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline. 4-5-3-2. 4-5-3-2. Coudoir, your winner. 153.17. Winner stops the clock at that. 2.5 by a head. 4-5-3-2. Race 5.
Just looking at the list of finishers, Coudoir beating Dividend, Holloway Boy, Alakazi, it's looking like reasonable form to say the least. And he's got a miler's kick on him over the 1800 metres. I just wonder whether we can get a quick word with Ryan Moore walking alongside. Ryan, that looks to play out absolutely beautifully, and he has got a hell of a kick on him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a very straightforward horse, and he's obviously been very consistent at this level. Race worked out nicely for him, but he showed a good attitude, and it was a solid performance, I think.
Just one more thing. I know we've not seen you here in a couple of years. Good to have you back. He's got his win and you're in for the Dubai Turf, and Simon Crisford, we spoke to a few moments ago, he said he wants to get him in that race. And I know that Ombudsman, etc. could come, but how big a player of the local horses do you think he could be off the back of that?
Look, that's always a hard race. I'm sure he usually turns up and performs. He'd need to run his best race, but hopefully he would get prize money.
Right, well done.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Singspiel Stakes, a winner ridden by Ryan Moore, trained by the Crisfords. Coudoir.
Ryan Moore amongst some very happy connections of Coudoir after the Singspiel Stakes. Angus and I are going to have a brief reflection on his performance tonight, Angus, and in fact we have got Ryan Moore and Coudoir in shot. They were in stall 8. Now you imagine lining up here, if they've gone a good pace, it might have been awkward.
It could have been, but Ryan manages to get a really good position from stall 8. Let me remind you the winning stalls here. 8 beats 7, beats 2, beats 5. Now look at the pace here. You can tell visually that they're absolutely crawling. Maljum dropped right out the back, also out the back and being very keen is Tumbler. You can see Maljum's pretty keen as well in second last, and there's also Folk Festival in third last who's keen. And Dioptase took them along. Very steady fractions reached 13.18, 13.03, 12.9, 12.93. That doesn't mean anything as just raw figures, but you would expect 12s here. You know, if they were going an honest even gallop, you certainly in this grade would expect 12 second furlongs. And, you know, the 5th furlong was 13.27. It was an absolute crawl. It turned into a sprint. And Ryan Moore is perfectly positioned here in Coudoir. Nice and handy. He's not going to be in traffic because in slowly run races, horses that are in here can get loads of trouble as others just are in front of them and not going anywhere. They're not stopping and getting out of the way because the pace has been so steady and they stay where they are and you can't get out. So Ryan's in a really good spot to attack. Dioptase got an easy lead. He's dawdled along in front under Christian Demuro. And Coudoir is the horse who displays the best turn of foot. You can still see Maljum and Tumbler and Folk Festival all keen towards the rear, as is Alakazi. I think this is a really good run from Alakazi in the colours, the Aga Khan on the outside there. He's a bit keen. I'll pick him out, Rish. But he looms up as if he's going to get involved and going to challenge. And then I think he just pays for that effort and gets tired on the back of what was a 4-month layoff. So I think there's going to be more to come from Alakazi. Look at Maljum there. He's reefing and tugging at the rear of the field. Normally, he likes to launch from the back of the field when horses are stopping in front of him. He's got a fine turn of foot, as he showed in the Dubai Turf last year. But here, horses are just sprinting away from him, and he's given them 6-7 lengths. You just cannot reel horses in that are sprinting in front of you and that have had a positional advantage. That advantage was snatched by Ryan Moore. A real pace-savvy ride from Ryan, sat nice and handy, and Coudoir responded to his urgings. This is form to be very wary of. If they all met again and we had a different pace scenario, probably would have a different result. Not necessarily, but probably.
The horses in behind, the likes of Dividend, Alakazi, Holloway Boy, they've all run well to a degree.
Yes.
The ones further back, particularly Folk Festival, Maljum, for example, they are compromised. I thought in the circumstances, Folk Festival didn't run too badly.
He actually didn't do too badly, did he? You can see he's towards the rail, he's about third last. He doesn't do too badly. He'd reefed and pulled through much of the race. Just a quick word for Dividend. He's won 2 handicaps here at Meydan. He's been really good. Ross Orion's been excellent on him in those handicaps. He's been transformed by cheek pieces, and this is a massive step up in grade for him, and he's run really well to get in the frame.
Well, Coudoir's the one, though, that was sitting close enough to a very pedestrian pace, and when they turned for home, Ryan Moore asked him to quicken up, and he did. And he did that better than all his rivals to take the 2026 running of the Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline. Confirmation, Coudoir wins under Ryan Moore for Simon and Ed Crisford. Dividend second, Ross Orion, Dr. Richard Newland and Jamie Insole. And back in third, the ever-consistent Holloway Boy.
Presentation time then for the Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline, won by Coudoir. To make the presentation, welcome to the stage Abdullah Al-Ulama, the Vice President, Middle East and North Africa, and he'll be presenting 3 awards tonight. And we welcome to the stage, first of all, collecting on behalf of the winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, please welcome Mohammed Saeed Al Shehi. And now please welcome our winning trainer to the stage, Mr. Ed Crisford. Well done to Ed and Father Simon. And now welcome to the stage, the winning rider, please, ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Moore. Well done to Ryan. Everyone can come back together for our photo, together with the trophy of the Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline. The winner, Coudoir.
Right, next up, and this extremely enjoyable Emirates Super Saturday, we've got race 6, the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airline Group 2, and Heart of Honour #1. He heads them, the ever-popular team of Jim and Claire, Jamie Osborne. Sadly, no Safi. She stands down today. Adrian de Vries gets aboard. He's a wonderfully consistent horse. He's very talented as well. And yes, he was beaten on Fashion Friday, but I don't think there was a lot of shame in that. He's a big player.
Number 2 is Mendelssohn Bay, who is particularly good at the 1600. He steps up in trip this evening. He still has got his stamina to prove, but he's a horse who's been in great form this season.
Right, let's jump a few in the queue. We'll fill in the blanks later, don't worry. Generous Tipper, number 5. So step up, form being beaten a whisker in the Carnival handicap here 4 weeks ago by Tap Leader. Looks to reverse form. Did run well that day. And in graded races last year, including in this race, was fairly handsomely beaten. So has it to do?
Number 8 is Masmak, who is stepping up in trip, which would be a slight question. He's yet to fire here at Meydan, but he's been a winner previously over the 1600 meters at Jebel Ali.
Right, let's go back. Meydan is number 3, the dirt debut. What a big ask that is. He's down in trip as well. He's a horse who actually ran in the Melbourne Cup. He's come a long way from 3,200 metres on the grass to 2,000 metres on the dirt. I think it was an interesting decision. You could infer that from Simon Crisford, who we spoke to prior to our most recent race, and they won that, so they chased a double.
Now we can see number 9. This is Flying Honours, who's yet to win for this yard, but Connor Beasley and Ahmed Ben Armash have been having a good evening so far. Now this horse, you would question, has he really trained on since the 2-year-old? That was by far his best season.
Number 10 is Antrim. Sylvester de Souza chases a double. Carl Burke's done well with this horse. Winner 2 starts to go in a handicap. Yes, he's got 7 legs to turn around with Tap Leader. He's got a bit to do. On ratings, he's shy, but hopefully he can run another solid race. The excitement is palpable, waiting for that bell to ring. Imagine holding up a camera when you know no one's going to come and ring it. Jamie Osborne, he's here. Heart of Honour.
We've got a very chippy trainer with us, actually, Jamie Osborne.
Oh, come on, Jamie. So it's a shame for Safi, but Adria, a very worthy deputy, I guess, on the day.
Yeah, look, Adri's been a big part of what we've been doing out here for a number of years, and he won on Heart of Honour when Safi was injured early on in his career, won a maiden on him. And he's always been helpful. Sad for Saf, but she'll be okay. And obviously, she has the luxury of knowing that if Adri qualifies him for the World Cup tonight, she'll be back on him. So, she's lucky from that point of view. Obviously, tonight is going to determine whether or not we're there.
I wrote down his record here earlier, which on one side of the coin it's been so frustrating for you that some of those days haven't happened. But first, second, first, third. I mean, it is a model of quality and consistency.
Yes, he's proved himself to be, pretty effective around here. And I think one thing that people may have forgotten in this whole thing is this is the first time that he's gone the full mile and a quarter in Dubai. And I think that potentially is a factor that is in our favour. Everybody knows how he runs. It's not pretty. He makes you sweat for it. But any extra distance in front of him surely has to be an advantage.
And you're ever enthusiastic, supportive owners, Jim and Claire. Jim, do you mind just coming in? You've had a lovely winner in the UK today, haven't you? With Mighty Bandit, did I see?
Yeah, no, fantastic. Yeah, a slightly embarrassing purchase when he's going over hurdles, but over the fences, he's, to be frank, it's who knows where he goes, but you know, it's a fantastic win. Not very often anything wins by 17 laps over 2 miles, so we'll take that.
You're quite right. And I know, look, lastly, I know that hopefully there's loads of big chapters, not least in 4 weeks' time after today with this horse, but how proud are you of what he's done and what the whole team have achieved with him so far?
Honestly, when Jamie came up with his, well, don't we say harebrained idea, but his idea, we just thought, oh, all right, we'll give it a go. And then luckily, you know, we hit so great with Heart of Honour the first year, and obviously, hopefully, we'll go on tonight, but, you know, best horse will win. But then to have the hope with Brotherly Love as well this year, it's sort of slightly surreal, to be honest. So, you know, I don't like to be nice to him, but he's actually done all right, hasn't he?
He's not bad, is he?
No, he's all right, yeah. Not
Steady,
very good,
Jim.
Not very good at pool, you know.
Okay. Gents, wish you the best of luck. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, one of the runners we didn't get to see with the main bunch was number 6, Tap Leader. This horse goes for Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs in the saddle. He won on his stable and UAE debut, and he's stepping up in grade this evening. I mean, a little bit more is required again, but he's been pretty impressive to date. He's done absolutely nothing wrong, and he is an interesting contender now, stepping up into the Group 2 company.
As Mikel Barcelona, the black cap, he will sport aboard Walk of Stars. Got a very good ride there. A horse who was 4th in the Dubai World Cup last year. He doesn't look quite at the same level at the moment, and he does love to dominate his races, so we'll see whether he can. 14 years since Mikel won the Dubai World Cup on Monte Rosso.
Best turned out time has gone to horse number 8, and that is Masmak in shots. Well done to the winning groom, Nassim Ahmed. Masmak, the winning horse, 750 dirham is going to be presented to Nassim Ahmed. Some studying going on, and there is Mr. Aliessa presenting 750 dirham to Nassim Ahmed, the groom of Masmak, on behalf of PHI Advertising.
And here he is, he's left us waiting. It's Walk of Stars, who finished 4th in the Dubai World Cup last year. He is a bit of a class act, but as said, a horse who won the Al Maktoum Challenge last year does maybe lead itself to the idea that perhaps last year's effects are being felt now. We shall see how he goes. He wouldn't have been the mount of Tiger Shea anyway. It was going to be Mikel Barcelona's ride, but Tiger's horse is out as well. So Walk of Stars is the last to go down.
All right, let's have a look at these then. This is Generous Tipper, who was behind Tap Leader last time. That was a good run. I mean, it definitely took a massive step forward for that run here off the back of a run at Keeneland. But he'll have to move forward again, I'd have thought. James Doyle on board. That is Generous Tipper. In fact, that's Pat's selection, so good luck to Pat there. Heart of Honour, Mendelssohn Bay. Megan are probably the more likely, if you like it, but who do you fancy out of those? You with Heart of Honour, aren't you?
I am. I think that this step up in trip is exactly what he is calling out for, and obviously it's unfortunate we haven't got Safi riding this evening, but Audrey has ridden him 3 times and won on him twice, so at least he knows the horse well. The inside draw is the question, but ultimately with his run style it is likely that he will be a bit slow away, have to switch out for some daylight, and we know he finishes well, so good bit of pace on. Walk of Stars will likely be the one that does go forward, but the step up to the 2000 is surely the biggest positive for Heart of Honour tonight.
Yeah, I'd have thought so, and Adri will know what's required, and just hope they go hard enough. I mean, I'm sure they will. It certainly seems likely. And then interesting that Mendelssohn Bay is having a go at this. I mean, they could definitely have stuck to the mile, but they obviously want to campaign him as a proper World Cup horse.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I just think that he's so very good at the mile. So I was slightly surprised to see him come for this race instead. He does have to prove his stamina for me. That natural speed that he has means that he is likely to jump well from stall 9 and be pretty prominent. Will he see out the last 200 metres or so? That is the question.
Yeah, very much so. There's a few interesting ones in here. I mean, Meydan, first go on the surface. Walk of Stars, Tap Leader, who, well, we don't know how good this horse is. He was very good last time, but this is going to be slightly different. I mean, it's a better race for obvious reasons, but he's rated 103 off that. And Doug's done this before with a similar type.
He has, yeah, and look, it's hard to know where the progress is going to end, really. He won nicely last time, and it does step up in grade this evening, so more is required, and on ratings we obviously need him to improve, but it's hard to know how much there is left in the tank. I thought he looked well in the prelims. Walk of Stars, well, we know he is capable and has shown that previously. Last season he was right up there with the best on the dirt. This season he just hasn't really been firing. He needs a bit of a bounce back, really, but he still tends to be ridden prominently out of stall 2. He likes to get an uncontested lead and try to dominate.
There's Walk of Stars on his way down. Do you feel he's just not the force of old now?
That's how it feels this season, doesn't it? He's a 7-year-old now, and I think there's been younger pretenders that have been taking him on, and he's found it harder. And I do think he's a horse that thrives off confidence. Last season, once he got his head in front, he tended to get on a bit of a roll. This season, it's not really happened for him. He hasn't been able to get that uncontested lead that he loves in his races, and I think he's just possibly a little bit disheartened and not quite at the best that we've seen.
So this due off 8:35, pretty much on that. That is Meydan, who is fascinating. I mean, I'm not sure he's going to be a natural on this surface, but it's definitely worth a go. And also the distance. It's an interesting angle they're exploring.
Yeah, down in trip this evening. He's just a reliable type of horse. He's up there on the ratings. If he does take to the new surface, he's interesting. And Simon and Ed Crisford has had good bit of success with horses that don't necessarily have the profile to take to the dirt, but they have done it. We've got Telemark running later on in the Berge Nahar, and he's a similar sort of profile, I suppose. He's taken to the dirt extremely well. Maybe Meydan will be one that can take to it too.
All right. There they are, circling down at the start. This is really intriguing, and I think, you know, for Heart of Honour, this is sort of World Cup credentials on the line. I hope he makes it. I mean, his form is rock solid from last time. So we'll find out shortly what happens. It's relatively quick into a turn here. You can see the stalls in front of the stands over the World Cup start.
I think Heart of Honour just rearing up there in the inside stall, but I think he's got one of the stall handlers in there just to help Audrey keep him settled. But just keep an eye on that in stall 1.
All yours, Pat.
Thank you, Tom. A couple more to load away. and will be set to go here for the Al Maktoum Classic. 1.7 million. Flying Honours loading away. Last one up is Mendelssohn Bay to join the field here. Runners looking for their ticket to the Dubai World Cup. Ready to go in the Classic. Set and away. And away fast there was Masmac in the centre, won the start with Walk of Stars. Antrim also working up with Tap Leader. Generous Tipper and Mendelssohn Bay also on a move wider. Pace is good early here. Meydan is going to settle down in third to last from Heart of Honour, and Flying Honours is the tail ender. As they make their way to the 1700 metres, Masmac is going to assume control here. Leading by a length and a half as they work off the front into second position. Walk of Stars. A little wide in third is Mendelssohn Bay. Half a length back to Antrim in fourth. In between runners a length back was Tap Leader from Generous Tipper. Meydan's going to slot back up on the fence. Then came Heart of Honour, who's buried away with Flying Honours to its outside. 1,300 metres left to go. 14, 5, 6, 10, 4, 8, 10, 12, 1, 0. They're going fast enough in front here. Masmac allowed to roll. A length and a half in the Classic to Walk of Stars in second position. Third was Mendelssohn Bay. Fourth, Antrim. Fifth, Tap Leader. The order unchanged. Generous Tipper next there. Slots in for cover. Meydan buried away. Flying Honours and Heart of Honour is the tail ender. 900 metres left to go. Masmac getting company now with Walk of Stars sliding even closer as they get to the top turn. Next him running in third position, Mendelssohn Bay already being felt for. Antrim's had the run of the race but will need some luck. Tap Leader shaken along. Generous Tipper now getting into the event. Flying Honours next. Meydan buried away and Heart of Honour is last here looking for a path clear. Walk of Stars tracks into the race under Barcelona well here. Takes over the lead from Masmac in second. A few of these off the bit and chasing. Meydan's got the dream run up the fence. How's he got out here, Buick? He's got the dream run. Coming through to third position here from Generous Tipper. Then came Mendelssohn Bay, Tap Leader, Antrim. Next there was Heart of Honour and Flying Honours. It's Walk of Stars. Meydan getting within a half length here of Walk of Stars. Meydan coming on past. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can believe it. Meydan coming clear here. Meydan, a dirt winner in Dubai. What a move by Simon and Ed Crisford. Meydan comes away. His Highness Sheikh Ahmed with an Emirates Super Saturday double. Goes on to win from Walk of Stars, Tap Leader. Generous Tipper next from Masmac. Flying Honours next over from Heart of Honour. Then came Mendelssohn Bay. Last in there to cross over was Antrim. Holy moly. Meydan. Back to 2000, back onto the dirt with a Meydan trial here a couple of weeks ago. That was some ride and some performance. 2:04.53. He has walked in 5 lengths. 3, Meydan, your winner, and Simon and Ed Crisford with a double to remember.
Well, they've rolled the dice and it's paid off. That was a mighty run. Will Buick got out on Meydan. Like, this is a proper performance from a horse who had to prove himself on the surface. But look at his action. He's a Frankel, right? But look at his action. It's a proper dirt action. He really claws at the ground. He really grabs that dirt surface. That's what you want. That's what enables you to accelerate on this surface. And that's what he's done. I mean, he's beaten Walk of Stars, who was a proper weapon on this surface last year. Good run from Tap Leader, but, well, if there's a World Cup horse in there, it's the winner. And he's had to do it the hard way in many ways. He's only taken kickback. He's been in behind. He's forced himself out. For a turf horse to do that on first start on the surface is massively impressive.
My word, that was a really impressive performance. He travelled with so much zest, nicely positioned halfway. Yeah, an impressive performance there from Meydan, who travelled with so much zest throughout the race. He was really powerful under William Buick. He's just sat in behind the leaders, and it was impressive the way he really quickened up. And as you say, he's handled the surface so well, his first start on it here, and that surely throws him into the World Cup contention.
Massively. I mean, you know, other than Imperial Emperor, he's beaten the pick of the locals. And it really depends what's coming over from elsewhere. I love his action. Like, if you're looking at a turf horse, you're saying he's got a good bit of knee, but actually he does grab that ground like a dirt horse. So very smart from Meydan, who beats Walker Stars. Tap leader, generous tipper, flying honours. Heart of Honour never really got an out, didn't really show up, I'm afraid, Megan.
No, he didn't from stall one, never really involved, didn't ever look particularly comfortable. Much better from Walk of Stars, but Meydan was way too good for this field. He's handled the kickback well, handled the surface, and that was a proper performance.
Numbers in the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airline, 3-4-6-5. Meydan, your winner, 204.53, 5 1/4 by 3/4 of a length, 3-4-6-5, race 6.
Extraordinary. Where's he been all this time running marathon turf races? We've got a 2,000-metre dirt horse.
Yeah, look, fair play to Simon and Ed Crisford, you know. I mean, it's a brave move, but look, it's really paid off. They've had such a good period here in Dubai, and you know, I thought they were very brave running this horse in this race, but look what he did. We were worried about how slow he might jump from the gate, and he did, but he was so good on the inside there and travelled well throughout the race, and they didn't go overly quick, so he was never out of his comfort zone early. And look, he just came alive half a mile out. I was pretty impressed with what he did there.
As regards good dirt horses, you've ridden some very good ones. He's got his automatic berth in the big one in 4 weeks' time. Meydan back at Meydan. I mean, we'll find out the full field at some point, but what kind of a player could he be?
He's proven that he handles the track, and I think local knowledge around here is key. So as far as the trial goes, you know, come back here in a month's time for the Dubai World Cup itself. I'm not sure you could have asked for much more. It might be an unorthodox route to go there, but strange things can happen.
Can't they just? They do here. Well done, Will.
Thank you.
Always nice saying this here. Welcome back into the winners' enclosure, the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airline. Winner, Meydan.
Well, that was the running of the Al Maktoum Classic, in time to have a look back at how Meydan has turned himself into a huge contender for the Dubai World Cup. Yeah. And if we're being entirely honest, Angus, rather unexpectedly so.
I think that's fair to say, Risha, yeah. Stall 4 beats 2, beats 7, but I want to concentrate on stall 1 from the start. That is Heart of Honour. He's often slowly away, but look, he jumps fine. He was out with everything else, but then he just looked awkward.
Almost reluctant.
Almost reluctant, yeah. He almost put his head over the rail and a bit reluctant to go forward. Now he's going all right, but he's ceded all of the other runners 10 lengths plus. You just can't keep doing that. You just cannot do that and keep running big races, because to run a big race from the position he's in now is really tough for Heart of Honour. Let's just pick out Meydan. That wasn't a very good place to stop, was it? We'll pick him out in a sec and you can follow him through the race. He is the yellow colours. And he's in kickback at this stage. You saw him covered in a bit of it. Early fractions were quick. Mazmak went forward. Second furlong was 10.48. And I can just stop and pick him out there. There he is. it's not a typical dirt performance. Normally you'd want to be where Walker Stars is. He's got a good toe through the race from Mazmak, who's gone a bit quick. That's quite quick, 10:48, the second sectional. And Walker Stars is in a great position to attack. Likewise, Mendelssohn Bay, who sat in third spot at this stage and travelling well. There's going to be problems for Meydan once they turn into the home straight. Just cast your eye back quickly to Heart of Honour. This is what he does. He's off the bridle most of his races. And then he normally runs on really strongly, but that finishing surge wasn't in evidence this time, I'm afraid. So back to the drawing board as far as he's concerned. But let's concentrate now.
If I stop the race here, Angus.
Well, we can do it, Rish.
Well, thank you. If I said to you, Angus, what are the chances of Meydan winning from here? What would you have said?
I wouldn't have been very confident. I'll pick him out again. There he is.
Percentage-wise, what? Humour me. 20%?
Bit more.
24%?
30% chance.
30%.
There, I think, anyway. But
he has done extremely well to win from that position, being by point.
Yes, that's pure conjecture, not data. But watch now. He gets some trouble in running. I referred to this earlier on, and I think it means you can mark up his performance. He's trying to get out William Buick now. He's looking for a way out. He's being kept in against the rail, and he's got to sit still on him. Walker Stars is now taking over the lead. He's got 3 or 4 length advantage on him, and now it gets all a bit messy for William Buick. And just there, he got a bump, and he just got out. And now he's got dead aim on the leaders, and he runs on really strongly out wide. You've got Tap Leader. He's running on pretty well. This is a big step up in grade for him. He's run really well to be in the frame. Walker Stars back to form, I'd say, tonight. A bit disappointing his last couple of starts, but Meydan's impressive. The way he's surged clear of Walker Stars. Tap Leader back in third. Heart of Honour, there is a bit of late headway, isn't there? Down against the rail once he's out of the kickback, but it's all too late. All when the race is over for Heart of Honour this time. He normally gets motivated a bit earlier than that, and he's been well beaten in the end.
You fear his World Cup dream is over?
I think so, on the back of that, I'm afraid. Yeah, they might roll the dice, but look at this horse. He's covered in kickback. We saw where he was positioned in the race. He was, back towards the rear, getting that kickback, but he's run on really strongly. Look at the knee curl there. Look at how he hits the dirt, really bends his knee and grabs the dirt. He certainly moves like a dirt horse, and he's acted on it tremendously well tonight under William Buick. Against adversity, he's overcome his position, he's overcome the kickback, he's overcome the drop in trip, and being first time on the dirt. That's impressive.
It was very impressive from Meydan, trained by Simon and Ed Crisford. Of course, Simon Crisford, part of the origination of the Dubai World Cup meeting here at Meydan, when he was so closely associated with Godolphin and with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed. And we are delighted to say that we are honoured to have His Highness Sheikh Mohammed with us tonight here at Meydan to watch the horse of the same name win one of the feature races of the night, the Al Maktoum Classic. I think it would have brought him a great deal of joy. Of course, Said bin Saror also in the back of that shot that we're seeing, along with Simon Crisford. They were part of the start of Godolphin that had such amazing success internationally, and of course changed the face of international racing to a fair degree.
Certainly did, absolutely has, and he'll be delighted that Meydan has won this because of his long association with Simon Crisford.
And of course racing in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum as well. Let's just confirm the result of the Al Maktoum Classic. It has been won by Meydan. Second was Walk of Stars, a fine run from Tap Leader back in third, and Generous Tipper back in fourth.
It is presentation time then for the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airline. It was won by Meydan. We'll come to that. We welcome to the stage once again the Vice President, Middle East and North Africa, Abdullah Al-Lama, and he is presenting 3 awards, and we will welcome up the same people as for our recent race, which was, of course, the Singspiel Stakes. First of all, collecting on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, please welcome to the stage Mohammed Saeed Al Shehi. And now we welcome once again the winning trainer. What a night for this team. Here is Ed Crisford. And the winning rider who's got some excellent chances upcoming, including Rebels Romance. Here comes William Buick. Well done to Will. And our winning connections, put your hands together for the representatives of Meydan.
This is turning into a very, very good night for Team Crisford's senior and junior, Simon and Ed. I spoke to your father before Coudoir, and a lot's happened since then, including Meydan making a very successful dirt debut. Just talk us through what you thought.
Well, you know, before, he obviously won here over mile 6 early on in January, and then he ran back in the Al Khail, and you know, that day we just felt he didn't quite stay. But in the meantime, he'd been training on this dirt track, and he'd just been really training well on it. So we sort of sat down with Mohammed Al-Shahi and Sheikh Ahmed, and we sort of said, well, look, why don't we give this a go and just see how we get on? And, you know, but every work he went through, he just kept coming alive. And we trialled him here last week, and he was with a couple of sprinters, and he looked a bit outpaced early, but he finished nicely. So we thought, well, look, let's give him a go. And we thought, you know, during the race that he would be a little bit outpaced early, and you know, natural for a turf horse coming back to this sort of these proper dirt horses that are, you know, trained to jump and run. But you know, we just felt that if he could just have the sort of front rank within his sights, he could finish well, and you know, he did just exactly that.
Did that give you the same feel visually, or different style maybe, but same sort of feeling as what Algiers did a few years ago?
Yeah, I mean, the way he travelled today, I mean, you could see him on the backstretch just coming into the bend. William was taking a pull on him. He just suddenly, you know, all the other horses, the jockeys were just having to niggle them along, and he was just travelling, and I thought, well, we've won this. So, yeah, he did, and, you know, he won in command, and, yeah, let's go to the World Cup.
Coudoir's won, a winning you're in. You've just said, let's go to the World Cup with this fella. It's a winning you're in. You've got unfinished business as well. I mean, I know that speaking to you throughout the whole Algiers story, when he was just one Japanese strong finisher away from winning the World Cup, and I know through your life in Dubai and also your father, as he articulated to us earlier, that would mean everything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you know, we've been coming here, especially Dad, for 30 plus years, and, you know, this is what it's all about at the end of the day. And yeah, I mean, look, to have a runner in the World Cup is extremely difficult, and you know, to hopefully have a live contenders is huge.
Particularly when the world comes to town, as they will in a few weeks. Title role in the last, and I know Godolphin seemingly have a very good one, but yours quickened up in the style of a good horse last time.
Yeah, look, he's a solid horse. You know, I think it'd be interesting to see. I'm sure there'll be a lot of pace on. And yeah, if that horse is a seriously good horse, we'll find out tonight. But look, we have experience. He's been on this track twice before. He won well last time, so I'm sure he'll run a good race.
Well, it's already been very, very good. That'd be a cherry on top, Ed. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks.
Shines through the night.
An enjoyable evening so far, could get yet better still. This is race 7, and very much looking forward to seeing how this contest plays out. The Dubai City of Gold, sponsored by Emirates.com, Group 2, 2400 on the turf. And the first horse we pick up is the King, Rebels Romance. What a treat to have him. Dual Dubai World Cup night winner, Shima Classic, 5 years since his UAE derby, 20 from 30, 5-time winner in 2025. He's extraordinary, and it's wonderful to have him back on the racetrack.
Number 2 is Kafaf, who was not at his best in the Zabil Mile, but he's stepping back up in trip this evening, and that is certainly a positive. He gets ridden normally towards the rear to finish well, so keep an eye on him, finishing fast and late.
Rebels Romance is by no means the old boy in the race, because Passion and Glory is here, and he seems to have been around forever. He finished a close second, or finished second in this last year. He's contested the last 4 Dubai World Cup nights, the last 3 Gold Cups. He can run his race. It relates more to his younger career, but once upon a time he used to go very well fresh. Might just need it as he gets a little older.
Number 4 is Burdett Road, who's quite a keen-going horse, but he ran very well here over further previously. Stepping back down in trip for him looks a positive to me. He's pretty talented. He's not always the most straightforward. Sheen Murphy on board for James Owen.
Number 5 is Kihava, who's been running his race around here, or races. Probably just finds this level a little bit too much, or a little bit tough. I would imagine this will be the last step for him before returning home, and hopefully he can run his race. He's been a lovely horse, and he is a good horse raider in Keighley.
Number 6 is Crystal Black. He's a strong travelling type of horse who's yet to really fire in 2 starts over here. But he is a 6th-time winner for these connections, including at Royal Ascot. He needs a slight bounce back.
Number 7, this horse scores quite a shock last time. Ruling Dynasty popped up at a huge price to win. That was hardly predictable, even off a reduced mark. They weren't claiming off the jockey. He goes into group company. It's too big an ask for Ruling Dynasty.
And to complete the field here, number 8 is Fort George, who is very consistent, and he's going so well here at Meydan. He's stepping up in trip. It's into unknown territory in terms of his stamina, but he was pretty tough in the Dubai Millennium last time, and he is still improving.
Treated to be joined by Saeed bin Saror, who fields Passion and Glory, who ran second in this race last year. He's getting on a bit, but does he still show you all the same spark, even with his advancing years?
Well, we give him a break since when he ran last time, and this is going to be first race for him in Dubai. The race just is prepare for him for the Gold Cup as World Cup night. I hope the horse he will run well. The morning, Oshin, he ride him in the morning, and he worked in our stable. You like him, the way he look nice, but it's a very good race, very tough race.
He's running the last 4 Dubai World Cup nights. He's running the Gold Cup a few times. You won the Gold Cup last year with Dubai Future. Is he going to go and try and defend his crown?
Yes, I mean, the Gold Cup, that's the main race for him. That's the target. And we're looking forward to run him there, but he improved from this race tonight.
Last question. 4 weeks today, it'll be the 30th Dubai World Cup. You've won it 9 times. Have you got a list of favourites from that time, or can you not separate sometimes?
Well, the World Cup always the best race in the world, and I won it 9 times. 9 times I won the World Cup. That's a great record. Yeah. Last time Thunder Snow twice, and Dubai Millennium, he's the horse. Going to be memory forever.
Do you ever watch the video back?
Always.
It's still good. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Best turned out time, and it's gone to horse number 1, which is great to see. Rebels Romance looks fab here for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. And our winning groom, who is Major Singh, well done to him. He's going to be presented his award very shortly. Romulo and Carlo are holding it. They're going to send it round. There are the boys. They make the BTO award happen. PHI Advertising generously supported this award with 750 dirham, presented by their CEO, Mr. Ali Essa. Rebels Romance is the horse in shot. Great to have him here. He's best turned out, and it's tough to see past him, I thought, based upon that fabulous CV, Megan.
Yeah, he really has got the most amazing record, hasn't he? A multiple winner at the very top level, nearly 12 million in prize money. He's just consistent, he's straightforward. William Buick aboard, coming out of stall 1, and I imagine everything will just be kept nice and simple, and I think his ability will just shine through.
That's Rebels Romance. Under William Buick, who knows him so well.
I actually loved the build-up and afterwards from Royal Ascot with Rebels Romance. Obviously, William Buick sort of expressing how much he loves this horse, the relationship he's built with him over, you know, the last couple of seasons, travelling with him around the world as well. He means an awful lot to the team, but I know this horse in particular means an awful lot to William. And I just thought around, you know, that meeting, it was really special to see it. So
it was magic, wasn't it? And the other thing about him is, I feel there was a period where he was winning races, and you know, you were looking at something behind, going, X was a touch unfortunate, or Y didn't get the run of things. But the thing about Rebels Romance is he's just the dream, because he looks entirely straightforward. He's so talented, he does what's asked of him, and that is the sign of a great horse.
Absolutely.
Because you don't have to worry about it.
He has like versatility as well in terms of tracks, which directions, left or right, it doesn't seem to matter. We know he's performed and won well here in Meydan previously, so that isn't an issue, and this looks like he's in it for the beating.
Fort George is just alongside him there in the colours of the haze. Kieran Schumart takes the ride for Ed Walker. It was a really good run last time, moved him up to a mark of 109, still off Rebels Romance of 121. But, you know, he's getting a kilo, and they'll have been delighted with his performance last time anyway.
They will, yeah, but he's stepping up into a distance that is untried now. It's unknown territory. Will he stay is the question mark. He was pretty tough when winning the Dubai Millennium last time, as you say. He's very consistent. He's had a great time of things over here. The stamina is a question for me.
Yeah, certainly. It's not a question for Burdett Road, but you'd have to question whether he's quite good enough in this sort of company. He came up a little bit short last time in the Red Sea Turf Handicap in Saudi. This is probably more realistic, back slightly in distance anyway. And he's got form behind Meydan a couple of starts ago.
Yeah, help him settle better, that's for sure. He's quite a keen-going horse. We don't doubt that he is talented, but he's a keen goer, and he must settle a little bit better this afternoon or this evening.
Let's join Pat ahead of race number 7.
1.4 million for the Dubai City of Gold. And Kafaf links in with Fort George and Ruling Dynasty. Field of 8 runners, set to run. They go a mile and a half. Ready. Shane Ryan hits the lever, away they go. Rebels Romance jumped very sharply with Key Harbour in the early stages. Fort George went right out of the gates and now reattaches itself with the middle division here. Passion and Glory third, fourth Burdett Road. Fort George slots into 5th position. A length there to Ruling Dynasty, 2.5 lengths to Crystal Black, and Kafaf is the last one. It's Key Harbour who's going to work them out onto the side of the course here, off the front here, leading by 1.5 lengths. To Passion and Glory in second, a similar margin to Rebels Romance, who's in third, a length back to Fort George in fourth. Burdett Road 5th on the rail, 3.5 lengths there back to Ruling Dynasty, 1.5 lengths Crystal Black, and 1 length and a tail to Kafaf. They're stretched out about 10 lengths here from top to tail as they work their way down the back. 15.37, 12.39, 12.24 here. Key Harbour and Pat Dobbs leading the way here onto the back of the course. The margin now 1 length and 3/4 to Passion and Glory. 3 lengths back to Rebels Romance, 1.5 lengths to Fort George, 1/2 length Burdett Road tracking the favourite. Then came Ruling Dynasty from Crystal Black, and Kafaf is last. They pass midway here at the 1,200 metre mark. Key Harbour leading it as he likes. Leading the way here by 2.5. He's extended out his lead on Passion and Glory. He sits second here, 2 lengths back to Rebels Romance, 4 off the lead. Next there, Fort George from Burdett Road, 1.5 lengths to Crystal Black, Ruling Dynasty, and last of all is Kafaf. 900 and change left to go. Key Harbour looking to make all. Inside the 900, he's 1.5 lengths now in advance of Passion and Glory, who gets a little closer. Rebels Romance riding a patient race in third, 3/4 of a length back to Fort George. His main rival sits to his outside. Burdett Road 1/2 length back in 5th from Crystal Black, now up to 6th position. Ruling Dynasty is second to last, and Kafaf is last. Key Harbour's got company. As he hits to the top of the straight, they wheel the bend here, and Rebels Romance has coasted up on the outside. Rebels Romance comes past the 400-metre peg with Fort George breathing down his neck. Then came Passion and Glory from Burdett Road. It's Rebels Romance by 1.5 lengths here to Fort George. They've gapped away by 6 to Burdett Road and Passion and Glory, but Rebels Romance showing his class here in the late stages. He's 1.75 lengths on Fort George, who's game to fight, but it is win 21 for one of the jewels of the Godolphin Crown. Rebels Romance eased down to win 1.5 lengths in the Dubai City of Gold. Fort George honourable in defeat. 7 lengths back in third was Burdett Road from Ruling Dynasty, then came Passion and Glory. A gap to Kafaf, followed by Key Harbour, who dropped away, beating one home. That was Crystal Black. Rebels Romance, easy as you like. 8-year-old gelding by Dubawi. Start number 31, win number 21. He is an absolute marvel, and he continues to show his best late in his career. 2:28.73 for the 1.5 miles. 2:28.73, won your winner, and as expected, Fort George looked the main rival, has only gone down 2 lengths. An amazing performance for Ed Walker, Kieran Schumark and the Hay family. Rebels Romance, you're the winner.
Well, lots of congratulations going to our winning trailer, Charlie Appleby. Charlie, you seem to get more nervous for Rebels Romance than any other horse, but he's won once again.
Oh, exactly. I know. I was there with my heart in my mouth. I just wanted the old boy to get round safe and sound, so it takes a bit for me to get emotional, but I love him.
Oh, he's really special to you all. I know after Royal Ascot, William got very emotional in his interview winning. Now we've got you on the verge of tears as well. Just explain to us really, how does this and why does this horse mean so much to everyone?
Just because of, look, he's been here, won the UAE Derby, tried to make into a World Cup horse. You know, my form on dirt doesn't particularly go the right way. And anyway, then we decided to try him on the turf, and then that sort of sparked a new lease of life into him. And from there on, he's just been a rock star. And more importantly, it's just the constitution of a good horse to go to war like he has. I mean, he walks down there, and there was a few clatters and bangs with a few horses behind us, and he's just been there and done it so many times. And anyway, most importantly, it's great for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed to be here tonight and the royal family to be able to. It was a plan for us to bring him here. He's getting older, so it's going to be race by race, and we wanted for him to come here and to show everyone what a great racehorse he is, and thankfully he's gone and proved it again tonight.
Yeah, we are obviously so fortunate to see him in action, and how nice it was to see him in winning ways as well. Just a quick one, do you think we're going to be heading now to the Shima Classic on World Cup night?
I think that they're nice conversations to have. As I've said before, he's getting older, and I will look after the old boy.
Absolutely, thank you so much, well done. Well done, Charlie.
We just heard Charlie Appleby get emotional. I remember you described this horse this time last year, William, as he is Godolphin. To do this in front of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, just take it away.
Yeah, look, I said it before and I'll say it again, he's a horse of a lifetime, and I do feel different when I'm riding this horse. He's done so much for everybody in Godolphin, but he's for my career as well. He's taken me around the world, and look, he's amazing.
Considering the places he's won, I don't think the sun ever sets on where he's won. His achievement is global, and his legacy gets deeper and deeper.
Yeah, he's the kind of horse, eventually when you stop riding or stop training, he's a horse that you will forever remember, and we've got to enjoy him while we still have him. I certainly am, and it's great for the crowd at Meydan, and including His Highness to see him again at the ripe old age of 8. So an amazing horse who's had an amazing career, and the horse is a credit to himself, but he's also a credit to the team behind him.
well done.
Privileged to be here for this horse to win again at the track. Please welcome in the Godolphin Blue, trained by Charlie Uppy, ridden by William Buick, Rebels Romance.
Numbers in the Dubai City of Gold, sponsored by Emirates.com. 1847, 1847. Rebels Romance 228.73, 1 3/4 by 5 3/4. 1847. Race 7.
So Rebels Romance returns in 2026 with win number 21 in his stellar career in the Dubai City of Gold. How did he do it? Well, most of us predicted it beforehand, but Angus, it wasn't quite as straightforward. Admittedly, he won comfortably enough, but in the end, he probably had to work a little harder than we expected when he lined up.
Yes, because Fort George, who came from stall 8, kept him honest up the home straight and made him work relatively hard for his success. Fort George goes out to his right from the stalls. Don't quite know why that happened. Kieran Schumer perhaps wanted to go there just to get away from the others and then get him in and get him settled and get a little bit of cover. There he is, cut across and got in behind Passion and Glory. It was Quijava who took them along in the early part of the race. Beforehand, we thought that William Buick might be keen to make the running, but they were going an honest enough gallop, so he was happy to sit back in third spot against the rail, going the shortest way round. And the early fractions were what you'd expect of an even gallop. 12.39, 12.24, 12.58, 12.12. And then a bit of an injection of speed, 11.98, 12.2 and 11.63. But basically a good, strong, even gallop. They're quite well spread out at this stage, and you've got Rebels Romance tracked by Fort George, the two main players in the home straight. And from here on in, it was all pretty straightforward for William Buick to guide Rebels to success. His winning time, it was 2:28.73, which is 3.18 seconds slower than Equinox when he set the track record here in a much more competitive race than this. And I'm sure Rebels could post a better time if he was harder pressed. We ought to give plenty of praise to Fort George. He was up in trip, and he was a good handicapper in the UK, ran very well in the Cambridgeshire. Of course, he's taken welter racing at Meydan, won the Dubai Millennium Stakes last time. He was narrowly beaten in a handicap the time before that. And this might be the sort of trip that they explore with him a little bit more now, because I thought that he might drop away in the home straight. He might not see it out as well as Rebels, but he kept going and he kept Rebels Romance honest, and William Buick had to be, well, vigorous is perhaps too strong a word, but he had to make sure Rebels was kept up to his work and kept concentrating in the closing stages, because Fort George didn't go away. Burdett Road back in third, he's run pretty well to pick up a check.
He had to be professional, William Buick. No showboating allowed on Rebels Romance
No,
tonight.
we don't like
because of the
showboat.
effort that Kieran Schumacher has got out of Fort George, who's run a mighty race. Credit to Burdett Road as well. He's had a fabulous time of things here for the Gredley team. And James Owen has managed to get good prize money for a horse who continues to run to a high level despite wherever he's asked to display his skills.
I think the way we should look at this is we shouldn't think that the proximity of Fort George to Rebels Romance drags the form down, really. I think we should say that Fort George has stepped up and improved.
I believe so.
He's looked like an improving type in his last 2 runs. So he's got better. Rebels has given his running. He probably needed this off a layoff. We haven't seen him for a good while, obviously, since he was in the States in the Breeders' Cup turf. So he probably needed the run as well. So if you put that into the mix and you say Fort George has improved, and look how far clear they pull of Burdett Road, I think you've got a Rebels Romance who's as good as ever, Rich.
It appears he is, and that would have brought a great deal of delight to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, and he, Charlie Appleby, William Buick can look forward once again to an exciting campaign for the now 8-year-old son of Dubawi. You know, I would imagine it's the Dubai Shima Classic, Royal Ascot for the Hardwick Stakes maybe after that, and then maybe go to North America, maybe Germany again, end up with the Breeders' Cup Classic. Yeah. Sorry, Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yeah.
Might have been the Classic at one point.
Not now. No, I think you've planned it out perfectly for the team. Well done, Rich.
Yeah. And of course, like I said, they did try to go down the route of stretching him out in distance, but I think William Buick was very keen to come back in trip, and they made no mistake after that.
He adds to a very exciting mix now, doesn't he, for the Shima Classic, if that's where Charlie Appleby decides to go, because we've heard from Francis-Henri Graffard today here on this stage that Calandagan will be coming, the brilliant Calandagan, the Longines racehorse of the year in 2025. He will be here for the Shima Classic, and he might be up against this fella. What a clash.
It will be outstanding. Worth being here at Meydan for that, when Rebels Romance takes on Calandagan in the Dubai Shima Classic. Confirming the result of this year's Dubai City of Gold, sponsored by Emirates.com, Rebels Romance has done it again. He's beaten Fort George, Burdett Road and Ruling Dynasty. Win number 21 for the great 8-year-old.
It is presentation time now for the Dubai City of Gold. We welcome Mr. Abdullah Al Alama, the Vice President, Middle East and North Africa, to present this award once again. Thank you for your continued efforts this evening. And collecting on behalf of the winners, Team Godolphin, for Rebels Romance, please welcome to the stage Hamdan Al Sabusi. Please welcome now the winning trainer of Rebels Romance, Charlie Appleby. And once again, the winning rider, another one tonight for this man, William Buick. So Will collects his award, joins Hamdan Al Sabusi, Charlie Appleby. The winner of the Dubai City of Gold, sponsored by Emirates.com, Rebels Romance.
Under the Meydan moon, we ride the sound of in the air so pure. No feet on the ground under the Meydan moon. Hearts collide, Dubai is glowing through. Time slips aside. No fear, no race. Only us, only grace. No fear, no race. Only us, only grace. Moonlight, hoofbeat, one flow, one heat.
Well, I'm up here in the pre-parade ring to see some of our horses getting saddled up, see how they're behaving up here before our penultimate race. And we've got Commissioner King, who's just getting saddled up. You can see Bhupat Seema just doing his saddle there, making sure that he's happy with the positioning, the girths, and so far so good. Commissioner King has been a little bit on his toes. He's not been the easiest to saddle out here, but now his tack is all on. You can really see how much of an absolute monster he is. He's a big horse, and actually on his front legs he's got those overreach boots on. He'll have travelled over in them just to help avoid the front shoes coming off. You wouldn't want that before he runs, but finishing touches, just nice wipe of the mouth there. And he's got some beautiful quarter marks on. He really is looking an absolute picture. I can't believe how big he is. I haven't been up and close to him like this before, and he's really taken me by surprise how much of an absolute monster he is. Just actually having his tongue tie applied there as well, but he's used to that, so pretty easy. He didn't resist it too much at all. Help him keep a nice open airway. Don't want him swallowing the tongue, so that is there to help him with his breathing. A couple of the other runners are just circling around behind us, and they are all behaving pretty well. It's just starting to get that little bit chillier now, so not too many of them getting warm or anything here. King Gold, beautiful grey. He's a horse that we see finishing pretty well. Number 3 is Audience. Goes for the David O'Meara, Danny Tudhope combination. Number 4 here, Crown Board, looking very well. The horses are looking great, to be honest, and they're all being extremely well behaved, but it's easy to say, but Commissioner King, he's just a totally different horse altogether. He towers over the rest of these that I've seen so far. He's an absolute beast, and I must say, he's the standout for me.
Right, here we go. First up is Commissioner King. I mean, he should, I think, win on all known form, but said that a few times tonight. And the question is, will he go too hard? Will he be asked to do too much? Gone are the days where we're seeing horses dominate on the rail and make all, it seems. But this horse must have a good chance of doing so. He'll come over from 10 and try and dominate. And again, on really form of the last couple of runs, he is the one to beat.
Tiago Shea not on the scoreboard yet, could change. King Golds, Adri de Vries, for a team that have had a winner, which is extraordinary. He's number 2, but we're going to look at Audience, who's 3. The Group 1 winning turf horse is on the dirt. What about horses transitioning to the dirt? Can't happen, can it? Meydan did it. So Audience, can he do the same thing? It'd be quite a feat were he to do so. I think he's up against it.
Crown board is rated 105, so £6 below Commissioner King. On recent goes, this is hard to see, but they're switching to the dirt. Not the first time Jane Chapel-Hyam has done that. Came up short in the Abu Dhabi Gold Cup last time. Will be looking to make his presence felt on this surface.
5 is Hypnos for James Doyle. He can improve. It's only a second start out here. Outformed to reverse with Commissioner King from the fire break, but ran a decent 3rd. And don't forget, that was his first run since September, so it might have brought him forward.
Castle Warden lines up in the Jubmont colours. This horse is a son of Into Mischief, who's got some good form, including a couple of starts ago. I don't know what happened last time. That was really disappointing. Mark is unchanged, so he's still got a bit to find. But he looked as though he was going the right way a couple of starts ago, but needs to put the effort 71 days behind him.
Mount Kosciuszko ran a cracker, just failing to get up in the Jebel Ali Mile, when 3rd last time. And ran a reasonable race in handicap company, just touched off by Telemark the time before. It's actually £1 worse off with that horse, but I do understand he's got, well, a very good judge who's put him up today, Pat Comerford.
Couple of the race for Simon and Christopher, who's had such a good night. This is Swing Vote, first of all. Had his first go for a while 13 days ago. And, I mean, that ran with credit off the back of a bit of an absence. Prior to that, the horse was coming up a little bit short on this surface, but he's definitely got ability. It's just where he is on second start off the back of a long old time off the track.
Yeah, he looked really good a couple of years ago, but it's a long time since then. His stablemate, Telemark, last time out winner, but it's, yes, it was a handicap, but he made it 2 from the 2 at Meydan, on the last 2, and a good record of first, 3rd and 1st on the dirt. He's a good battler as well, and is clearly representing a yard that are flying.
The Camden Colt is another one for Bupat Seamar. Richard Mullen takes the ride, was behind Telemark last time, quite a long way back as well. Has got form over a little bit shorter, notably at Jebel Ali, and is a previous course and distance winner, but rating of 100 suggests that he's still got a little bit to find. He'll come out of stall number 1.
There is Sandro Paiva, who's going to ride West Saratoga, horse 11. And his second run out here, this ex-US horse who was down the field in the Al Maktoum Mile on Festive Friday back in December and not seen since. There he is, quite a striking grey. He came across with good form from the US. He came across apparently with foot issues, but suggestion that they're seeing a bit of speed with him, so that's why he's down to 1600.
It is best turned out time for our penultimate contest, and it's gone to West Saratoga, horse number 11, trained by Bhupat Seema. Another one for Zabil's stables here. Well done to Ram Khan, leading the horse around moments ago. All smiles here with Mr. Aliesa. He's receiving 750 dirham. That is being presented by the CEO of PHI Advertising. Our thanks again to them. And well done to the winning groom of West Saratoga, Rahim Khan.
And here he comes. He's kept us waiting. This is King Gold at Dree de Vries, who rides for a team who've had a winner today, the Nicola Colliery team, this extraordinary Group 1 winning turf horse on the flat, of course. And he's also a winner of the Firebreak Stakes when he downed Laurel River last January. He's getting on a little bit now, but his fifth in the Almac 2 Mile was okay. And the Yard won this last year with a very big priced horse, Fort Payne. Don't rule him out. I have rather jumped on Antonio Sintra here, who's the trainer of Mount Kosciuszko. Not the easiest name necessarily to say, but he's a talented horse. Do you think he can run well here?
Yeah, he's doing very well this season. Unlucky, 2 races that he lost just for a head, nose. But I hope tonight get better luck.
And he goes okay at Meydan as well. Jebel Ali, of course, last time switching here, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Yeah. His horse can come from behind, and hope tonight many horses is coming from behind. I hope the same.
Just on a personal note about you, you've been coming here, you had that period away, but you've been coming here with Julio as well a long time, and sort of I remember talking to you during the COVID times when it wasn't many other people here, but you obviously enjoyed it so much that you've consistently had Meydan as a target and Dubai on your mind.
I started to come in 2001, and then 2006, 7, 8, and I love this place. I love this country. The races here is tough, good for a professional as me to participate, to be a part of this. So it's unbelievable.
Do your horses generally get off the plane when they come across from South America and enjoy the challenge that comes to them, enjoy the climate and the life?
Yeah, it's not easy to come from South America. No, the long trip, we have to stop in Frankfurt, come here 2 days traveling. So we have to arrive early September, August, to participate in a good level. And sometimes the first season is not so good. Maybe for the second season, the horses start to run as in South America.
Last thing, what's been your best memory, seeing as you've been coming out here for so long? What's been your best memory in Dubai?
Oh, the best memory maybe was in 2006 when Hartalon won the Aushindag Sprint, because it was my first win outside of South America. But I cannot forget Atlético Culano that won last season, listed race. So maybe these 2 races was unforgettable for me.
You're very generous and kind with your time. Good luck here. Thank you for talking to us, Antonio.
Thank you so much.
You.
Okay, there is King Gold on his way down. Now, we talked about Nicola Colliery and his ability on this night in the past. Well, can he and this horse do it again? Fort Payne won this last year with Dylan Brown Monagle on board. Adjua de Vries rides King Gold. It's not easy to see necessarily, but a pace meltdown might well suit him. 2 minutes to post here. And he's had a winner already tonight, has the French trainer. Expectation is that this horse will go forward and dominate. Just wary of what we've seen really of late at this track. It's not been easy to dominate, and Commissioner King certainly faded last time. Now, the last 2 starts he's finished behind Imperial Emperor and Medicine Bay. Good horses, nothing of that calibre in here. But at the same time, he won't want to do too much, because I think this feels the limit of his stamina. I know he's won over 1,700 at Sharjah, but I think here this is the max he'll get. What a night for the Crisfords so far. This horse, a Knight of Thunder, whose progeny go well on this surface. He, of course, is a son of Dubawi, so that's why. Telemark was a good winner last time, over 1,600. He proved himself over the distance on the dirt. We don't know how good he is, but he has got a bit to find to match with the likes of Commissioner King. Loading process is underway. Okay, loading process has started off. Not too far away from this, Megan.
No, runners are starting to load quite quickly now. Commissioner King, I thought he looked an absolute picture beforehand. He'll be right up there on the pace. He's coming out of stall 10, and the thing is, got to keep a lid on him, haven't you, that early pace in order to allow him to get home. King Gold, as you say, he's the one that will fly home late. The faster they go, the better for him. There's a couple that have got questions to answer, and a couple stepping up in grade, the likes of Telemark, who's 2 from 2 at the track. So it is open, but I think Commissioner King is most likely winner here. I think he's the class angle into the race, and Bupart Seymour deserves a winner on this evening's card. Okay, well, the horses are there. Is King's Gold going forward. They are not too far off being the loading being completed, so we will hand back up to Pat.
Thanks, Megan. We've got a really nice race ahead of us here, don't we? The Bergenahar, 1.2 million, Group 3. Commissioner King favourite on the international market, but I wouldn't say a clear-cut favourite. Hypnos has met with good support. Same can be said for Telemark. It's one of the more open markets we've seen. Nothing really clear-cut, but they are set for the Bergenahar. Ready to go at the mile. Final dirt race of the evening. Away they go. Commissioner King has jumped well enough, but he's trying to work to cross over. West Saratoga, Swing Vote, Hypnos, all working hard to make it even more difficult for him. The Camden Colt is also going to head up from his inside draw. The King Gold a lot closer today. Then came Crown Board from Telemark Audience. Next was Mount Kosciuszko, and Castle Warden is last. Pace is good here as Commissioner King really injected it to get over to his favourite role and sits in front here, leading the way by a length and a half. To Hypnos in second. Third there, Camden Colt. The following them was King Gold. He's midfield at the moment here in a nice striking position. Swing Vote is to his outside in fourth position on the improve. A gap there back to West Saratoga, the Camden Colt Audience. Next there was Mount Kosciuszko starting to work through with Crown Board, who's dropped away now to second to last, not handling it, and Castle Warden is last. Commissioner King a length now, the margin to Hypnos in second. The Camden Colt shaken along. Swing Vote. Then came King Gold. plenty of room to pop off here and begin his run. A gap to Telemark from Mount Kosciuszko, worked upon heavily from West Saratoga, and that looks about your race. It's Commissioner King who kicks into the straight though, and he's found a few more gears here than the rest of them. He's 4 to 5 lengths here from the Camden Colt Hypnus. Running on from the back here, King Gold along with Swing Vote, but Commissioner King, he's far enough in front at the moment as they get into the final furlong. He's getting a little tired up in front here. The Camden Colt still has 5 lengths to pick up along with Hypnus. Commissioner King, he's just beaten them with raw pace here. Commissioner King coming away in the Bergenahar, and the favourite goes on to win. Commissioner King by 4.5 to Camden Colt Hypnus. Telemark's finished in 4th position from King Gold, then came Mount Kosciuszko. Next over and running there was Swing Vote, followed by Castle Warden. Crown Board dropped away. He beat home West Saratoga and a long last to Audience. Commissioner King off the rating of 111. He's shown that little blip in the form last start was only a blip. He's back in form here and has been able to basically run the field into the ground here. Worked hard early to get across. The 6-year-old gelding by Commissioner. Too sharp and too strong here. Margin will be around 5 lengths, I'd say. 1:36.85 winner's time here. Won your winner, and Bupat Seema on the board on Emirates Super Saturday.
Yeah, Pat, I've got Bupat here with me now, who is absolutely delighted and a bit relieved after what's been a little bit of a frustrating evening so far. But Commissioner King has bolted up.
Yeah, thank God, because I was getting kicked in the shins all evening, and it's good to get it done, and especially doing first and second. To be honest, we didn't run a lot of our big horses, you know, Imperial Emperor and Drew's Gold. We didn't run them because they're going straight to the World Cup. So it was, I can't say it's the B team, but it was the rest of the team. But it was great to get it done.
Yeah, and he's done it in impressive style. Sometimes we question if he quite sees out his races, but this evening, in the final 200 metres, he actually did start to lengthen again a little bit.
Yeah, I think we're learning about this horse. I think the thing with him is, you know, he's got this natural speed, and then you got to let him use it. And I think he just sickens other horses, and that's what we try to do today. His weapon is his speed, and we were gonna rock and roll in front.
Off to the Godolphin Mile now.
That's the plan.
And just a really quick line, if you don't mind, on Tuz, who returned to action earlier this evening. How is he? What were your thoughts?
Yeah, look, he's 9-year-old, and you know, we're going to take care of him. That was our plan all season. Last year we ran him plenty. We were trying to break a record, and he did break the record of winning all the group races and listed races at Meydan. And this year we thought our main aim is the World Cup. He was a bit tired of the World Cup last year, so happy with his return. He was fourth. He got a bit tired, but I think his best is to come in a month's time.
Well, how exciting. What we're going to look forward to the A-team out in action in a World Cup in a few weeks' time. But very well done here. That was a great performance from Commissioner King.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you.
Numbers in the Bergenahar, sponsored by Emirates Airline. 1:10.59. 1:10.59. Commissioner King 1:36.85. Margins 4 1/4 by 2 3/4. 1:10.59. Race 8.
Thank you. It's Emirates Super Saturday success for Tiago Shea. I read before race, and you've just confirmed to me, Bupat and yourself have both said this is the biggest horse you've got in the barn. He is a monster.
Yeah, he's a lot of horse, and he's well over 560 kgs. He's biggest and heaviest horse we have in the barn, so he's well over 500 kgs and heavier than the fella on his back, so you got to let him get on with it. He's a little bit one-dimensional. I was in front last day on him, and you know, I was trying to reserve too much, and I think it was jockey error. You know, I just kept breaking his stride a little bit, so I said at the boot, but even though, you know, the fractions were hot the last day, I just kept trying to take back and fill up and fill up and fill up. So I just said I'd let him roll there today down to the junction, and look, he's automatically going to go to the front anyway. So, but he has that big stride. A mile is his trip, and as I said, look, he's fairly one-dimensional. So you won't get much response if you'll never be a horse you'll be dropping in anyway, that's for sure.
He's in the Godolphin Mile, of course. Given how the track plays that time early in a very hot afternoon, do you think he could really dominate in that race?
Yeah, well, his owner. I said to his owner 6 weeks ago that he's the horse I wanted to ride in the mile, and you know, I said to him the last day, don't be disappointed. I said, you know, it was probably jockey error, as I said, interfering with him up front, and he's got that huge action, so fast or slow track won't pose any problems. And as I said, you know, I say you go through plough field, he's that sort of horse, you know.
He'll knock anything out of his way. Well done, Tyke.
Cheers, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner King!
And correct weight is given in the Berge-Nahar. Correct weight 110.59. Berge-Nahar sponsored by Emirates Airline. 136.85 winner's time, 4 1/4 by 2 3/4. Correct weight, race 8.
It is presentation time then for the Berge-Nahar, one of the key trials for the Godolphin Mile, and it's gone to Commissioner King. This race, the Berge-Nahar, sponsored by Emirates Airline. To make the presentation, please welcome once again Abdullah Al-Alama, the Vice President, Middle East and North Africa. And he will be presenting the award to collecting on behalf of the winning owner, Faisal Mohammed Al-Qatani. We'd like to welcome Louise Cooper-Joyce, Caroline and Shaila Seema. Well done to the Seamars with that success. We'll see the winning trainer very shortly. So please welcome winning trainer. Here he comes, Bhupat Seema. And the winning rider, ladies and gentlemen, Tig O'Shea. Well done to Tig, well done to everyone involved with this horse. The winner of the Berge-Nahar, sponsored by Emirates Airline, Commissioner King.
Morning light on Dubai sands, silky breeze from dunes and grand. City skyline rises proud, a love story calling loud. City breathing slow amidst towers so high. Every heartbeat we share in this Dubai love affair. Feel the desert, feel its worth. Every heartbeat dances free. Oh. Run with the Dubai Pulse, shine in the city lights. Love in the air sublime, everything feels so right. Run with the Dubai Pulse, time slipping by our side. Held in this moment now, no need to run ahead. Run with the Dubai Pulse, run with the Dubai Pulse, run with the Dubai Pulse. No need to run ahead. Run with the Dubai Pulse, run with the Dubai Pulse, run with the Dubai Pulse. No need to run. had.
It is the final race. And we can have a look at the runners making their way into the paddock. This is the Jumana 2000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Holidays. Number 2 is in front of us. That's Pacific Avenue. Mikar Barcelona rides for Charlie Appy. Now, this horse is rated 104. That's £6 superior to stable companion Talk of New York. Finished 3rd last time. That was over in Doha. Prior to that was a winner there, and had some good back form prior to that. The likes of Bo Echo and Gawan ahead. Very capable individual and experienced son of Dubawi.
Number 3 is Talk of New York, who absolutely bolted up at Kempton on his debut. He switches now to the turf, but this is a race that Charlie Appleby has used as a stepping stone to Newmarket 2000 Guineas as well. His dam was twice a Group 2 winner and placed at the very top level as well. He's beautifully bred, a son of Wootton Bassett, and he's very imposing in the paddock.
Yeah, love him.
He's a beautiful, athletic, free-moving horse, and he does really stand out.
The horse behind is a little bit neater, more close-coupled individual. Son of Too Darn Hot, Title Roll. Ryan Moore rides. Simon and Christopher train in the Coolmore colours, and this horse is rated the same as Talk of New York. Was a winner here last time from Swordmaker. Prior to that, finishing behind Northern Champion. Has progressed nicely and steadily, and will be street smart, if you like, in comparison to some of the others.
Yes, Sam Hahn has improved from his first 2 second starts, the son of Cody Bear. But he's stepping up in grade this evening, and so a little bit more will be required, but he's lightly raced and could improve.
Behind Title Roll last time, and 5 lengths behind was Pacifica Pier, having a first start out here off the back of being behind Pacific Avenue in Doha, stable companion. Yet to win, has achieved a rating of 92, will have to improve this son of Palace Pier.
Number 7 is quite a tidal model. He's pretty compact and strong looking. This is Tail Gunner Joe, who got off the mark in the UAE last time. He needs more on his official ratings as he steps up in grade, but he's another who could be progressive.
Zumbezi lines up for Miroslav Nieslanik. Pat Cosgrave rides. He was behind Northern Champion last time, has been behind Title Roll, and has to step up a good bit. It's not easy to see necessarily, you never know, but they're having an arrow here, and they'll be hoping that a marked step back up in distance is exactly what he needs.
Number 9, Mr. Haro, is a pace angle in the race. His win came over the 1600 on the dirt at Jebel Ali. He's got the inside draw of stall 1, and he switches to the turf for the first time.
And this is Legalize, a Southern Hemisphere bred horse who carries 60.5 kilos for Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Maktoum, Sabra Mary and James Doyle. In behind 6-speed on the dirt last time and well behind. Prior to that, had some good form behind that horse. It was a disappointing effort last time. Perhaps the switch to the turf will bring about a little bit of improvement. So that's your lot. They'll be making their way out very shortly.
Well, thanks very much indeed to Caroline Kelly, who's looking after and on behalf of Tail Gunner Joe for the Dylan Cunha yard. We were just remarking off camera there that we both thought he could. I know that there's a lot of hype around this Godolphin horse, but he could run well, couldn't he?
Yeah, I think he could. He's definitely big odds, but I think he's an improving horse. We're excited to see what he can actually do.
Did last time surprise you when he won like he did? Because, you know, he took on older horses in a reasonable handicap.
If I'm being honest, no. I said he would win, probably on the Wednesday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
It was a reasonable old price on the international market, so hopefully you sent out the message to someone. So, based on how you felt that day, what do you think about today?
I think he's definitely improved again, but this will be another test for him to see if he's up to this level. Obviously, they're classy horses, they're proven, but, you know, we're here to try, so we'll hope.
This is just sort of the latest role, I guess, for you in so many. And you've spent 13 seasons now. You've been coming out to Meydan, but since the early days here.
Yeah, first year was with a horse called Ivor Bridge Lad. He won a World Cup night. It was great. Never looked back. And here I am again.
Well, look, besides the obvious, what do you love about it?
I think it's the atmosphere, like the challenge. You know, you get given horses. The trainer obviously tells you what to do, but you're left with them. They're trusting you. It's a lot, and it's just a nice kind of role to have, I think.
Well, listen, it could be even more fruitful if this fella runs well again. Caroline, thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
Best turnout time, and it's the 9th and final one tonight. Tail Gunner Joe, well done to Connections. Tail Gunner Joe, best turned out. The Ridgeview stud, Dylan Cunha. And well done to the groom, which is Shabir Ali, who takes home 750 dirham. That's being presented by the CEO of PHI Advertising, Mr. Ali Essa. As ever on this Emirates Super Saturday, our thanks to PHI Advertising for their continued support of the Best Turned Out Award. Okay, let's have a closer look at these. Now, talk of New York is talk of the town for obvious reasons. What he did last time was very visually impressive. He's a beautifully bred son of Wootton Bassett. He's very physically imposing. He's been here, as Charlie Appleby told us earlier on, for a little while. First run for 136 days, but came out here before Christmas. And the way that the Connections have spoken about him, they're obviously very excited about him. This race was won last year by Ruling Court, who was entered in a derby, went on to win a Guineas, of course. But it's whether or not this horse is streetwise enough, I guess, on just second start against some who definitely will be. And indeed are rated the same or higher. One of those rated the same is Title Roll, who's had 4 goes so far. That includes 2 successes. Like Talk of New York, one of them came at Kempton, although over 1,400 metres. And this horse was a course and distance winner last time, son of Too Darn Hot. He's a less physically imposing individual compared to Talk of New York, no bad thing at all. He might be a tad speedier bred as well, but he's certainly got plenty of ability and is improving off the back of that success from Swordmaker last time. He will come out of stall number 8, Talk of New York out of 9. And then Pacific Avenue is rated 104. So top rated in here and comfortably best off at the weights, given he's getting half a kilo from Legalized. This horse was last seen in Doha. Prior to that, he was a winner there and actually was rated 106 there. This is his distance, this son of Dubawi. He will have the street smart for certain, but the expectation is his stable companion is likely to improve past him. There's the other Godolphin horse, Pacifica Pier, going forward. There is Pacific Avenue in the foreground, and Talk of New York, when he goes in, will go forward into stall number 9. Pat.
A strong renewal of the race here. Certainly more depth than the last year's edition, albeit the winner went on to win the Guineas in the UK. And Talk of New York looks to be the horse that may be looking to do the same. Ready to go. Set and away. Little slow, Talk of New York. Sam Mahan heading back as well. Tail Gunner Joe and Pacific Avenue. Pacifica Pier is going to head up and inject some tempo in the race here. 3/4 of a length to Mr. Hyro, who holds him off the fence for now. A length there to Zumbezi. A length and 3/4 back to Legalized. Half a length Title Roll. A length and a half there to Pacific Avenue. A length to Sam Mahan. Half a length to Tail Gunner Joe. And a length back to Talk of New York, who's going to head right back to the end here. It's Godolphin top and tail as Pacifica Pier rolls them along under Richard Mullen. 14.36, 11.46. Quickened it right up there as they head to the bottom turn. 3 lengths in advance of Mr. Hyro. 3 next there in running was Zumbezi. 2.5 to Legalized from Title Roll, who's wider on the improve. Next there Pacific Avenue, followed by Sam Hahn, Tail Gunner Joe, and Talk of New York getting further behind as the other runner in Godolphin Silks here. Pacifica Pier wants to get this over and done with. He's got 3 lengths now on Mr. Hyro, who's already shaken along to make chase. Half a dozen here to Zumbezi. Then came Title Roll. Sam Hahn works out, flushes Talk of New York even deeper here. He's still last, the favourite. Then came Tail Gunner Joe up on the running rail, and he's tracked there by Legalized. Pacifica Pier coming back to them. Pacific Avenue has picked them up real quickly. Zumbezi next from Title Roll. It's Pacific Avenue from Zumbezi. Here's Talk of New York coming with every stride now. It's Title Roll, though, who takes over from Pacific Avenue. Talk of New York, 100 metres to go. Title Roll has got them beat. Title Roll for a Crisford treble by a length here to Pacific Avenue. Third across was Talk of New York. Then came Sam Hahn from Zumbezi. Next over there, Tail Gunner Joe, followed there by Pacifica Pier. Next over, Mr. Hyro. Last in, Legalized. 3 for the Crisfords, a double for Ryan Moore, and a great performance here by Title Roll to stave off Talk of New York and Pacific Avenue, who come down to the line together in second and third, but all honours with the winner in the Magnia colours, going on to win and capping off a wonderful night for Simon and Ed Crisford. 136.31 winner's time 4. Title Roll takes the last.
Yeah, I think a really good race all in all. Obviously the winner, I think, has proved perhaps a little bit more straightforward, achieved a better racing position than the eventual second, who had to come very wide and was a little keen early, but still finished really well. 2 nice horses.
Yes, 3 nice horses. I'm not sure who got second in the end out of Pacific Avenue and Talk of New York.
Oh, you're quite right.
Title Roll was our definite winner, and as you say, he just was that slightly more straightforward horse. He settled nicely pretty early on in the race. He was nicely positioned off what was a really strong pace, and he's quickened up well in the final 200 metres. You could see there that the horse finishing fast was Talk of New York. As you say, down the outside, he was quite keen early, never really got into a rhythm, and he was the one that was trying to finish and catch Title Roll, but track position was key here.
Yeah, and Charlie had mentioned beforehand, you know, he's only had 1 go. Will he be sort of ready and race smart enough for this? And maybe it proved he wasn't, but he's still made up a lot of ground pretty quickly, run with loads of credit. And the winner, I think, you know, he put his experience to good use, but I don't want to sort of dab him with faint praise and say that he's not necessarily the best of the 2 or 3. He may well prove to be.
Yeah, exactly, and in time that might well be the case. The talk of New York will continue to improve, but Title Roll is improving as well, and I think we must talk about Pacific Avenue, who's just a really solid performer. He's been running at the graded level, group level I should say, throughout his 2-year-old career, and obviously now into his 3-year-old season as well. He ran very well in Doha last time, and he stays further than this as well. So I think that this is a pretty solid race here that we've had, and the horse to take out of it to improve the most would no doubt be Talk of New York.
Yeah, the winner, Craven Breeze Up purchase. Those sales taking place on the 14th and 15th of April this year. This is another smart one out of that sale. And Title Roll, Son of Too Darn Hot, has gone on to win again. I'd like to see them up against each other again, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. And look, it did end up early on looking a little bit messy. It'll be interesting to see what Ryan thought about the pace, but it was certainly a bit messy in the early stages.
Yeah, Ryan Moore's alongside. 3 on the night, Simon and Chris for 2 for Ryan as well. Just talking about what kind of a race that was, what kind of a tempo throughout. Can you just talk us through it from your mind, please?
The pacemakers stepped on it a long way out. I was just trying to fit him up. A few got racing at that point. Had to come a little bit wide into the straight, but he showed a really good attitude. When I asked him, he really dug in.
And the nice thing is as well, James Doyle praised how much boot he had last time, how much of a turn of foot off a slowly run race. So he's got lots of weapons there, hasn't he?
Look, Simon Ed's horse is in great shape, and he was obviously in a good place. He's got a bit of practice, but it was a very likeable performance, and he's beat 2 fairly good horses there.
Looking forward to seeing you back in a few weeks. Ryan, well done.
All right, time to welcome back into the winner's enclosure. This horse, trained by Simon and Chris, ridden by Ryan Moore, Coolmore own Title Roll.
Numbers in the last here, 4-2-3-8, 4-2-3-8. Title Roll, your winner, 136.31, a length and a quarter by a nose, 4-2-3-8, race 9. Correct weight in the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Holidays. 4-2-3-8. Title roll your winner, 136.31. Margins a length and a quarter by a nose. Correct weight in the last.
It is presentation time for our ninth and final race, the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, a listed race sponsored by Emirates Holidays. And to make the presentation, delighted to welcome Salma Saif Al Nasser, the manager at e-commerce. Thank you ever so much. Presenting 3 awards. I'll meet our winning connections shortly. First of all, please welcome to the stage, collecting on behalf of our winning team, Justin Carthy and Paul Shanahan. And now we welcome to the stage our winning trainer once again. What a night for Simon. And here, Ed Crisford. Well done to Ed. Brilliant night to remember this Emirates Super Saturday. And the winning rider, an excellent night for him as well, Ryan Moore. So there they all are, our last winner of the night. Please welcome, getting together our winning connections of our ninth and final contest, title roll. Well, that was Emirates Super Saturday. What a night for the Crisfords, first and foremost. Nick Lightfoot, Megan Nichols alongside me have witnessed it all. And, well, we've got a new Dubai World Cup candidate on our hands, I think, in the form of the aptly named Meydan. They rolled the dice, it paid off.
Yeah, absolutely, taking their chance with him on the dirt for the very first time. And he took to it so well, didn't he? And I think that was my performance of the night, to be honest with you. The way he travelled on the dirt, the way he quick and clear, and beat some proven top-class horses in doing so as well. I think he has it all. He has the speed to travel, but he also has stamina to run over further as well, and you need that on the dirt. So he's really put himself into the picture for the actual big night, the Dubai World Cup.
It's a reward for bravery as well, because they didn't need to do that. He was running in a Melbourne Cup, what, 3 months ago? Down to 2,000 metres, onto the dirt, travelled, took a pull, switched out to go and win like he did, accelerated to give, as Ed Crisford put it himself, the same sort of vibes as Algiers probably did 3 years ago. I don't know, can he go one better than Algiers ever did? We'll find out when we get the full feel, but...
They've got unfinished business, really, it feels, with the race. That horse looked like he was going to win it, and it wasn't to be. I've still got a video on my phone of Ed jumping up and down, and then he...
They're kind of a legacy family with this place as well, aren't they?
Oh, massively.
It means so much to them.
Yeah. Rebels Romance was just perfect, really. That's what he does. Yeah.
What a horse. And it sounds like your interview with Charlie, he welled up, didn't he?
Yeah,
and I
did.
was kind of hoping I was going to push William to do it, but he was, no, none of that. But I know what he means to William. He's called him his best friend. He is the horse that embodies everything about the global operation that is Godolphin. But it sounds as though maybe as he advances in age, they want to mind him a little bit more and probably pick targets that are more suitable for him. I wouldn't have imagined he could beat Calandagan if he ran in a Shima Classic in 4 weeks. No. Came up short last year. But if you can pick and choose and maybe go to York again, Royal Ascot again, there's a lot of races in Europe.
And he'd be race fit.
Yeah, exactly. And I think having a more targeted campaign will probably suit him as he gets older. And look, it's great to see him back here in action, in winning action, and I'm looking forward to seeing wherever he goes next. But he has been a busy horse. He has travelled a lot. We have to remember the amount of travelling that he does, and as he gets older, his races will probably need to be spread out that little bit more. But it was really, speaking to Charlie, you can see how special the horse is for the team.
And Coudoir bolted up. I mean, you put him up at the Singspiel, and that was very impressive, I thought.
He was off a slow pace. It probably suited him. He was well positioned right up with the leaders. They went slow. He quickened up really nicely. A couple of horses in behind that I thought might well be able to improve. But it was his day today, Coudoir, likely to come here for the Dubai Turf in a few weeks' time. He's going to have to step it up again, isn't he, in what's going to be probably a hotter race.
Well, yeah, it will be.
Ryan Moore said to me, maybe he could run into the prize money. Well, someone tweeted me and said it goes down to 8th. So hopefully, hopefully they can get him in there.
We look forward to seeing you in 4 weeks' time to the day for the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. That is going to be a magnificent evening. Can't wait.
Special.
See you both there.
Can't wait.
Unless there's something I don't know. No.
No, we'll see you there.
Nothing better, I don't
Maybe it's something you don't know. We will see you there. We look forward to it. It's going to be a brilliant night's race, and there's plenty more in between, of course. Next couple of weeks, we hope to see you here for racing at Meydan, but see you in a month for what is going to be a very special night. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for turning up here at Meydan and enjoying a very memorable Emirates Super Saturday. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
This is more than what we see. Super Saturday. Dubai in the sound, Meydan written in motion. As the night comes down. Super Saturday. The race finds its end, but the story keeps moving.